Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see how it ends up being. Sorry about that if anybody was here before. I did extensive testing with it, and it worked during the testing, but it didn't work during the actual going at it. So that's a bummer. So we are back at 720p, which is kind of unfortunate. I mean, it is an old computer, this other computer I have, but I thought that we could swing it. Unfortunately, we can't swing it. So 720p it is. I was so excited for the 1080p. I was really jazzed about the whole thing, but unfortunately can't do it. So I tried my best. I did a lot of work on it, but unfortunately not gonna work. So 720p it is. Yeah, bummer. Real bummer on that one. Yeah, unfortunate. But the good thing is that overall, this will be faster than the way we were streaming. Anyway, yeah, I was looking up how do I hash map again, and the answer is we're gonna have to UT hash it, but like I don't want to UT hash it, to be honest. Like that's just so disgusting. Hey Arya, that's just so awful. UT hash is just I don't want to deal with that again, but I don't know. I was looking up why is the camera 12 pixels? I can make it bigger. So it's a resolution thing. So okay, so here's the answer, right? Is that you want the camera to be tighter, right? You want it to be, so we can go to this resolution on this. It's this old driver that I have. We can go to this resolution, and now it's like, oh, now it's perfect. It fits in the corner. However, I'm 5 FPS. So that's the trade-off there. Now, it's not my fault. It's just this computer is so old that the drivers just don't work. So I'm streaming off of my second computer. That's why. So you can either have me at 10 FPS with this resolution, or 5 with this resolution. What kind of bug even is it? So you would like it to be a motion JPEG. However, this webcam can't be a motion JPEG. I just become a still frame. So you got to do the UV, but unfortunately it's going to be 5 FPS. I guess, 5 FPS ain't bad, but the funny thing is that this other resolution that we were at is actually just 10 FPS. This is 10 FPS. So it's not that much better, but it is somewhat better. But yeah. That's fucked up, man. Anyway, I got the terrain working. So that's that. But it's still kind of, the reason why I'm multiplying it by the normal, but I don't even know if that's like a way to debug, a valid way to debug it. You could just like go like this. Oh man, it's fucked up. The fucking chat is too far away. Ah man. Alright, I gotta bring it over here. It's like I'm craning my neck is the problem. Okay, maybe this was a bad idea to put the chat over here. Yeah, like what is this chat docking bullshit in OBS? Like, man, just like let me get it to the other side, bro. Like I don't need all this, all the drama. Okay, apparently it's not gonna let me get the chat on the side. And now the chat is super small. Oh, man. Okay, there we go. I figured it out. You can't see what's going on here, but I'm doing a lot of fun things. Yeah, so the I'm not gonna lie, like the normals kind of look mid, because they're central differenced. So it's been something that I've been trying to like figure out how to do it, but it's got something to do with this D value that we are stepping in, right? And so you'd think like, oh, you want to step half of a voxel, but it turns out that sometimes you don't want to step half of a voxel, but I don't know. Right now the light is just kind of rotating around the thing, so that's gonna get dark. Yeah. It doesn't look great. I mean, it looks okay, but anyway, so we're just moving around the planet, right? And it's just doing the noise around the planet. So that's that. I feel like what would be cool is like actually doing the collision thing. I think that would be cool, but yeah, I really wanted to get the normals correct first, but it's kind of tough. Like here, you see this? You see that it becomes squares? It's kind of hard to see. But yeah, you see the squares? Like, so literally it becomes squares. And it becomes squares because of this D value. Because of how we're sampling it. So, yeah. It's like the trilinear thing, right? Where you have this, and then you do the minus, and then you have the this, and then you do this, you know, in all directions, and then you just do you work on this on your own. Yeah, this is me. That's what I do. I just do a bunch of, you know, bullshit all the time, you know. Yeah, see, this looks a bit better. I don't know if you're supposed to negate the normals or what, but with negated normals, it still has the thing though. It still has these squares in the thing. So I don't know if that's just like a part of it, like what I should expect. The next question is like, should I just like bump up the resolution? But like, dude, it's already massive. Like 64 cubed is already massive. We aren't supposed to be doing this every frame. Like that's also an argument, but like, I don't know. That is an argument, a valid argument. But this is already so tiny. This is supposed to be bigger than voxel size. So we're doing the density function with the vert plus dat. And the density function is just PZ minus CamPosZ. Do I do that here? I have to, right? Yeah, I do. I do that there. So it is exactly equivalent. Right, yeah, it is equivalent. So, It does, so it feels like, it does feel kind of like there is, also this should be technically 65 because this goes to 65, but then this doesn't. Nah, yeah, then it's 64 for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's got like one day you'll move away from magic numbers. Bro, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I'm trying to find. It's not magic. This is not magic. This is not magic. Okay, hear me out on this one. I don't want to have any more fucking defines in shaders, okay? I do not want to have any more defines. You want to see some defines? I got some defines, bro, in these shaders. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I cannot have it. Fuck it, bro. I'm hard coding 64, and that's gonna be 64. Oh wait, you're the chess engine guy. I guess I'm the chess engine guy. You know, I don't know if like I was, always gonna be the chess engine guy. So we have missed 141 out of 27,000 frames due to rendering lag. Is that a lot? That's 0.5%. My CPU usage is so low. Dude, I think fucking OBS just sucks. That's my next project. Just remake OBS. Dude, I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to be stepping across by if not voxel size? To average the normals. You know? I also tried just like sampling the grid. That's also what I tried. Yeah, like if I just like multiply voxel size plus like times 5, then it starts to become more like now it's just glob. Maybe this is what it's supposed to look like. Maybe there's like, I don't know. I feel like you just kind of multiply it by some number and then it looks alright. Do not call me Master Kial. That is not the term that you should be using. See, like, that's alright, right? Like, you just multiply it times 5 and then it looks fine. Like, what? The fuck are you talking about? Like, why does multiplying it times just like a random fucking number just make it look better? Like, that's not right. Why is it black? Oh, I guess the normals are flipped because we flipped them to test. We did flip them. High Master is some crazy talk. Fuck, man. I don't know. Like, maybe you just gotta... I do not know your real name. Yeah, it's supposed to be that way. It's like, I don't know why I know your real name. Because you put it in your thing. Like, I feel like that's not on me. You know? Like, you shouldn't have gave me your real name. That's what I think. Okay, anyway... I'm just gonna do collision now, and that's gonna be it. All right, we're taking it out of the oven. That's what we're doing. Okay, so let's lock in here because now we have to fucking think about gravity. That's not what we want to think about, but we gotta think about gravity. We also gotta make 2 different apply velocities because this is like our flying through the air type of shit, and now we gotta have another one that's like on the ground type of shit. This is, well, technically, listen, you could be in the air, but like we're doing apply planet velocity. You're on a planet, so this is what we're gonna be doing. Okay, so if slen is less than 0, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm just gonna copy the code from my game engine. Am I making water? No, I'm making a surface of a planet. It's only blue because of the normal. I was multiplying it times the normal. Yeah. So I'm just gonna go in here and I'm just gonna copy it because I don't wanna figure out where the velocity goes again. Am I making Earth from scratch? It's not Earth. It's just a planet simulator. What the fuck is in this file? Alright, here it is. I think I already changed a bunch of this. So I can't even like really plagiarize it. I feel like I have to probably do some work. But it's gonna be less work than me doing it from scratch. I didn't put it to the thing. How am I? I'm alright. Feel vindicated that I'm not the only one who cusses when opening and going through code. That's true. I mean, I just say whatever, to be honest. That's just me though. So this is what I was saying. So we have an else here that applies the, so that's what I was saying. If it's on ground. Yeah, we gotta have a flag for that. Lock in. We're just gonna put it on camera. We don't have to have separate structs. So let's just lock in here. It's just gonna be on ground. Oh, but then we have to check if we're approaching the ground or all that shit. Oh no. Fuck, man. I don't wanna shit. This is gonna be more complicated than I thought. It's never easy. It never is. I'm trying to figure out how complicated I want to make this right now. Whatever. Yeah, let's just do it. It's like I gotta crane my neck to look at chat now. It's crazy. Hey, what's up, Tools? Nice to see you. Do some linear frame buffer experience the old school way. Getting my custom font to render. That's awesome. Did you make it like in like Illustrator and shit, like by vectors and stuff? Camera shouldn't have physics stuff, don't you think? I'm not making a video game, so I don't really give a shit. To be honest, I don't want to make a player struct. A player isn't going to have a weapon, or it's just gonna. The camera is gonna have velocity. I don't want to make a multiplayer space sim, and if I want to, then I can refactor it later. But I'm not gonna do that shit right now. Gravitational constant. We put it at 9.8 last time. Alright, there we go. We probably shouldn't call it gravity because we have a space sim and there's a lot of handwritten. What? You're talking about you did it with math. Jesus. Linux frame buffer experiments, the old school way. That's insane. Wow. So just zeros and ones, just straight up. Wow, that's crazy. Or maybe it's not zeros and ones, but yeah. Full of energy and active. You're speaking my language. Alright, so we already actually have all of this distilled down. We also have a Wish Z because we're a flying camera, so we got to get rid of that. That is true. We had this at 18. We're not even going to worry about it. We should put it times DT though. That does make a lot of sense. That does make a modicum of sense. Now the Z we aren't gonna worry about Z here because believe it or not, humans can't fly. So we're not gonna fly. Okay, so now there is a few questions here. Technically, a planet is round, and so the gravity should be a vector going towards the center. However, that's fucking complicated as shit, and we're not gonna do it right now. Anyway, so the question is, how do I do jumping? Okay, so we're not gonna have any strafing, any of that nonsense. Okay. How do I do just a basic jump? How do we do just a basic jump? We just did this. Else, if not on ground, then we applied air acceleration. Got it. So this is just like literally if cam dot on ground, then we do all of that shit, and then otherwise we just apply air acceleration, which is just, we're just literally going to be oh my god, man. Dude, like, I don't need a fucking screensaver. Like, bro, I just put alpha values so you can do smooth edges. Yeah, got it. I blended over the buffer with a given color. It doesn't render now. Wow, that sounds really cool. That sounds really sick. Did you like do it like by hand? You just decided on values by hand? That's crazy. That's skillful. You know what I wanted? I wanted to make my own font because there aren't monospace serif fonts. I like fonts with serifs, but then all like these fucking zoomers love like fucking, you know, JetBrains mono, you know, with like, they got no serifs on their fonts. Like, I would love a monospace font that has serifs. Is that so much to ask for? Iosevka has it too, but Iosevka, I don't know, it's just weird. But whatever. So we're just gonna do cam.velocity.z. Do I just do like a straight up, just like add the fucking acceleration times dt? Yeah. It's just gonna go up forever though, so I need to nah, yeah, you know what, we don't do this, and when we press space we just give velocity. So we'll just put that off of the table for now. But I'm gonna figure out, yeah, so when we press space we're just gonna give velocity. That's no doubt. I'm just gonna hard code it. X rendering is hard. Yeah, I mean, if you do like MSDFs then it's fine. It's not complicated. I've installed Arch. Damn. AI nothing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, text render, like MSDF, at least when I did it, was not that hard. It's just, you know, you just have to design the pipeline to get like the JSON stuff in the fucking, you know, shader, and then you just, you know, do the formula. But yeah. Yeah. You need this to be actually pretty big because gravity per tick is 8 itself. So you probably want this to be like 100 actually. At least like how I'm thinking mathematically about it. Okay, so all of that is doing well. We're just going to replace our current apply velocity with this apply planet velocity because we're not worrying about the pipeline yet between the two different modes. Now if we just compile this, then we're just gonna fall through the floor, and that's exactly what we want to see. We don't want to see any shenanigans here. Alright, let's give it a shot. I think people here text rendering is hard. And if you want to do it in a mono system from scratch, yeah, it's not, I mean, at least the MSDF format, like I'm saying, was like very, it's just kind of, you just have to follow the fucking documentation, and it's just, I mean, like, yeah, if you want to do it from like scratch, that is probably very hard, but I don't think anybody is even talking about it from scratch. Oh yeah, I just fucking put the, I forgot to get rid of this. Oops. Well, you're in the right place. You're in the right place. Okay. Are we going downwards? No, we are not going downwards because I didn't actually apply the Z velocity. Okay, now we should go downwards very fast. Jonathan Blow. I'm not the biggest Blow fan, I gotta say. Personally speaking. Not the biggest Blow fan. I guess like really small, and then like go from there. Okay, there we go. See, that's exactly what we wanted to see. Exactly what we wanted to see. Now, yeah, I don't know why I thought that should be a big value, because our max speed is that. So I don't know what I was smoking, but that's all right. Okay. Anyway. Now collision. So we get the proposed velocity, and we're not going to do this. Now we actually just return the velocity as a vec3, and that's just going to be it. And then we don't apply it. We find the proposed, we figure out if we're going through the ground, and then we just put us on the plane. Now we don't actually have to return it because it's on the struct, so we're just gonna pretend like I didn't just write that code, and we're gonna do now. So here's some interesting things that we're gonna figure out here. Okay, so we have to lock in here. So now we have our velocity, right? And we want to figure out if we're going into the ground. And then if we are going into the ground, then we want to put us on the ground and then flip the flag. It's going to be that simple. We're not going to do any of that complicated nonsense. No. We're literally just going to check, hey, did I go through the density? If I'm inside the density, we're going to be on top, and we're going to flip the flag not on ground. Okay, very simple. So if... but then there's the he made his language and put that language in his game. Yeah, he made his language, and he made people pay for his language. Also, which is pretty pathetic in my opinion. He also goes around like promoting his own language like it isn't a product. I don't know. I think so. Here's the thing. Jonathan Blow is good at making games. Like The Witness is a really great game. should he be should he be giving like programming advice? I don't really know. Like, I don't really, like, every single like thing that I hear about like him giving like programming advice or like advice about tech or whatever is super contrived and pretentious and bullshitty. Like, he's a good ideas guy, but I don't really think he's a great programmer. But everybody seems to think he's a great programmer, which is like funny. I don't get why people would even think that, but like, I don't know. He often oversimplifies things. Yeah, I saw this like clip of him recently that was like talking about why, no one should use OpenGL and everybody should just switch to Vulkan, and like, it's like, I don't know. It's like there's use cases for everything, but that kind of annoyed me. Like, I don't know. I think it's like such shitty advice to give to like people. I don't know. He also wasn't even like switched to Vulkan. He was like, Vulkan sucks too. It's like, so what are you saying? Like, build my own like rasterizer from scratch and learn that, and then like, that's how I get into the industry. Like what? Like, he himself uses OpenGL. That's exactly the thing. It's every argument he has is just like bullshit. It's just bullshit. Anyway, this screensaver is really, I have to remove i3 lock, but I don't know how to do that without fucking everything up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a huge open source guy. I'm like more of a free software guy. Like, I don't, I think like the whole contribute to open source thing is like kind of nonsense. I also am not like the biggest fan of like, oh, Linux is open source, so it's awesome. Like, the fact that Linux is open source is kind of a problem sometimes. Like, I don't know. So it's not like I disagree with his argument. I just think he's kind of a douchebag. Like, I don't know. He's just kind of like a hypocrite, in my opinion. But we need to switch this into two different things. So if the camera is on the ground, then we're just gonna move the camera along the surface normal, and we're not going to check if we're hitting the ground and resolve it that way. We're just literally going to move the X and Y position yeah. So we want to check if our .z is greater than 0, then we are leaving the ground, and therefore we're gonna have a different case there, right? Because we want to not move across the ground. But if we aren't leaving the ground, then we're gonna enter into this case, which is we are moving across the ground, right? Your issues with GPL, yeah. I mean, I'm talking about like in kind of its purest kind of like idealized sense, like I don't know about it in practice, right? But in my opinion, open source just as a thing is just a worse version of free software, like conceptually, right? Like open source is kind of just putting a mask over a corporation. You know what I mean? Like most open source projects just end up making the rich richer. I don't know. That's what I think about it. Space Sim as in Frontier Elite 2 or No Man's Sky? I guess closer to No Man's Sky, though it isn't like intended to be like a game, but like in terms of like you going to these planets that just formed versus based on colliding with each other, and then you get to go onto them, and then they have they're all generated. Demo? I'm not sure if it's ready for a demo. It's kind of, you know, I'm just getting collision done right now, but yeah, sorry, I don't have like a good thing to show off right now of what it looks like, but I have been working on it for a while now on stream. So we want to move across the surface, so we're just not going to look at Z at all. All we want to do is sample the X and Y on the density field and then have that be it. So the issue that I'm now realizing is we need to sample the density field, and the density field is on the GPU. So two ways we could go about this. We could do it single threaded on the GPU, just sample the density field that way, or we could read it back out to the CPU once a frame. Both kind of suck. Not gonna lie, both kind of fucking suck. I almost feel like I'm just gonna read it out right now so that we don't have an extra compute shader, but probably what you're supposed to do is do it on the GPU and in a single thread. But I mean, it probably will be, it's kind of a toss-up which is going to be faster. I don't really know which is going to be faster, so we kind of have to just we're just gonna do this, read it out, and then call it a day. Demo would be a black screen. Yeah, I mean, right now, what would happen is I would just fall through the world. I have all of like the an N-body simulation part of it, right? But right now I'm working on the part where you go to an actual planet, right? Okay, so we're just mapping it out, and then we're gonna get the density into this out. That's fine. So now we just need to sample the density at that position. Issue is we need to actually, yeah. Okay, so we need to actually convert it into the grid the same way we did this. So it's gonna be this. So yeah. Fuck, that's about to be complicated. Okay, this is gonna be more complicated than I thought. What's new? Okay, so let's figure it out here. Let's just copy it exactly and not really worry about the consequences yet, performance-wise. So let's just get, we need to get the physical offset of all of it, of everything. We need to get the offset of how we calculated the density grid in the first place, and then calculate this coordinate in the same basis, and then you know what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying completely. Okay, so this X, Y, and Z is probably going to be our proposed X, Y, and Z. Right? We have an offset. We add it to the X, Y, and Z, then we have to multiply it times voxel size. No, we don't. If we're in world space, in camera space, if we're in camera space, shit. Subscribe, thanks. I appreciate that. Have a good day at work. This is tough because we have an X, Y, and Z in world space, and now we need to find where it is in the density grid. Figuring that out isn't very easy. I think we just copy the same way we did it here. The same way we did it here. Just but the X, Y, and Z haven't been multiplied times voxel size yet. So it's really just the offset divided by voxel size. It's really just this chunk offset divided by voxel size. Okay, so the proposed is going to be the camera pause vec3. I don't know why I don't have it in a vec3. And we're gonna add just the cam velocity, right? And that's our proposed. So that's the easy part. Now, the hard part is figuring out how to get it in the fucking grid. Oh yeah, this is gonna annoy me that this keeps on going asleep. Hey, what's up, sad man? Hope you're not sad. Maybe you just minus cam pause actually. Okay, so in grid is just going to be proposed. So it's really just cam velocity. It's actually just cam velocity. Alright, so let's just make it a vec3 because we don't have that type. Okay, so we have our velocity, and that's actually how it is in grid. That has to be exactly how it is in grid. Except maybe not. I think it's cam velocity divided by voxel size actually. Kind of complicated. I think so though. It's either cam velocity, it might be times voxel size. Because that would make it smaller if it was times voxel size. The angel opens her eyes, pale blue colored eyes. Yeah, so you add the chunk offset, and then cam velocity gets multiplied times voxel size. Okay. We got there. We got there. We got there. We got there. Okay, so that should be, we should be able to floor that, and then that's the density value in grid. The issue is, like, I don't know what the, like, if we get the value there, then, like, what is that? Do we just multiply that times the normal? Oh, fuck, what's 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 the normal, man? How do I get the normal? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, I should have thought about that, huh? You kind of need the normal to do this. Shit, how do I get the normal? Because they're just like, the points are all willy-nilly. They don't actually, there's no hashing, spatial hashing for any of it. We could just do this to get the normal. We could just do it on the fly for the point. We just do this. Now you're kind of wondering if it should be on the GPU, because then that makes this a lot easier. Probably would be a lot easier. But then I'd have to have yet another compute shader, which is kind of shit. Shit. Oh, man. Okay, how do I want to do this? I think let's just keep it on the CPU for, I don't know what the reason is, but in my head it makes sense to just keep it on the CPU. And let's just bite the bullet, and then the FBM is gonna have to match. We weren't doing any F on purpose, and so let's just make this match, and then we'll just make a new function here, that just does the calc density, and it's gonna take in vec3p, and all we're gonna do is the density is going to equal p.z minus cam.z d plus equals fbm p. We have to match it properly, times 0.5. Pale blue colored eyes. I've got fucking lightning crashes stuck in my head, bro. Like, why? I didn't even listen to that song. It's like, it's just stuck in my, like, it's not my fault. I didn't listen to it. It's like legit, like I didn't even listen to the song, man. Okay, in grid, fantastic. So we get the density in grid. We get the density in the grid, and now what? So my idea was that we can just push out by the density value in the case of the normal, and we have to get the normal. We have to make the normal, and we're just gonna do exactly this to make the normal. That's what we're gonna do. And this is gonna be the normal of the proposed place. I called it calc density. Obviously this vec3 has to go like this because we're in C. Pale blue colored eyes. It's just that line. That's the only line that's stuck in my head. That's the worst thing about it. It's like, it's not even like, it's just one line. I can feel coming back again. I fucked up. That's supposed to be another one there. Okay, we're getting somewhere. All of the verts I need to get is gonna be in grid. Okay. And now what we're gonna do? Hey, what's up, cheese eating cave goblin? What's up? I said it twice because I meant it. Okay, so normal equals vec3 normalize the normal. You gotta normalize the normal because it's a normal. And okay, so D is voxel size times 4, so we're just gonna copy that. Okay, and now so that gives us the normal. That does give us the normal. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I wrote it right. Okay. So now we have the normal of the ground underneath our where we're going, if I did it correctly. And now we just, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just literally gonna, for now, I just want to see if we can follow the normal. If we can follow the normal, then we can do anything. So our final pause, for now, we're gonna have final pause.x literally just equal the normal.x times density. Yeah, I have no clue if that's fucking correct, but we're just gonna try it. We didn't call the function. Did I call it resolve collisions? Yeah, that's kind of a bad thing. That's kind of not supposed to be the name. I can't think of a better name for it, but yeah, if you find one, then just like let me know. I have 30 plus viewers? I don't, Rob, I don't have 30 plus viewers. I don't know how to check that, but right now. Okay, I'm not moving. I don't have 30 plus viewers. You're lying. You're lying? All right, let's see if you're for real. Okay, the YouTube live control panel just says that I'm not live. So it genuinely says it for you? What the fuck? How is that happening? Yo, what's up, Dominica? How are you doing? Okay, so we aren't moving. Why? Why are we not moving? If cam on ground, then we move. Okay, well that might have something to do with it. Gravity is 0.1 F. But the cam is 100% does not start on the ground, so we should definitely be falling. Should 100% be falling downwards. Our cam velocity. Oh, you're so right about that. That we don't actually go to our final position. That's so true. Alright, so let's see if we can just follow the normal. What do I want to be my end result? I want to have like a planet you can walk around on. Oh my god, epilepsy. I'm sorry. Trying to escape the hype bros and watch do some recreational programming. See, that's what I do every day. Now, does it, pay the bills? No, but yeah, I don't buy the hype about AI and all that. Please don't. Please don't. Okay, so what we learned here. Okay, so so let's not worry about the density right now. Let's just not worry about the density. I have a feeling that the density. Okay. We are doing a little bit of a rocking motion. We're doing a bit of a rocking motion. Like going back and forth. Only I'm allowed to buy AI. Rob, yeah, you passed the test. You passed the test for sure. Okay, let's try lower voxel size. I don't know how to do this. We are doing a bit of a jiggling motion. Okay, so here's an idea. What if we do in grid and we just set in grid dot z equals 0. If z is 0, then it should just sample the floor. That's what we want to see. That is what we want to see. Exactly. Now, okay. So we're calculating in grid, which is the cam velocity by the voxel size. So right now we don't have the why is our cam velocity not cam velocity by voxel size? The chunk offset. Okay, well my hype just immediately died out. Wait, why does that not work? Okay, so we are on the ground, but we are not moving across it. At least from what I can tell. Oh, you know why we aren't moving across it? Because we never hit the ground. Okay. So let's just get rid of the on the ground, off the ground stuff. Let us just go like that. And yeah, let's not worry about the on ground, off ground stuff, and just walk around. Just see if we can follow the normal. Okay. We appear to be stuck. Door stuck. Okay. We appear to be stuck. I'm getting a call. Oh, whatever. We appear to be stuck. Maybe we don't scale by voxel size. Or maybe we divide by voxel size. We need to get velocity into voxel space. No, you can't do chunk offset. You need chunk offset to be the other way around. Yeah. Because that's going out of bounds. How long do you think it would take to finish my project? Probably like maybe a month. My projects usually take me like a month. Okay, so that didn't work either. It conceptually this makes a lot of sense. Because you want it to be in the, we want to sample from the middle, because our camera is naturally in the middle of the field. So this offset makes sense for this this to start in the middle, and then we add the velocity. Huh, this is a real bummer. I wonder what ingrid is. I should just like print that out, because that's gonna tell me what the where we are, where we're sampling from, because it needs to be in, obviously, like from 0 to 64 for the size of our grid. What am I doing? It's hard to talk and think. What happened to the game engine? Nothing happened. I just like got it to a point where I wasn't enjoying really working on it. But maybe I'll like go back to it at some point, but yeah. 0, 1. 0, 1, 0. That's definitely not correct. It's 100% not correct. Maybe you're dividing it by voxel size then, but then it would be huge, right? We also have to floor the grid as well. But that is strange that this goes to 1 and it's not 0, 0, 0. This starts at 1, 1, 0, even though our velocity is 0. So I'm guessing that this somehow makes us a little bit forward in the thing. Oh wait, hold on a second. This chunk offset is actually supposed to... Oh, okay. Okay, so instead of chunk offset, let's just literally do 32, 32, 32. Yeah. Because we're actually trying to get grid coordinates. And then we don't scale this by voxel size. But do we keep it in world space? That feels wrong. That feels very wrong. Maybe it is times voxel size. I don't know. Wouldn't make sense to divide it by voxel size. Okay, so this is what we want to see. We want to see that we're in the middle. Let's make sure that this is working fine, that our actual camera is working fine. Like if we just do the velocity just straight up, I want to see if we just go left and right. If I didn't fuck up any of that stuff. Okay, so this is still fine. That's still fine. That is still fine. Yeah, maybe it isn't times voxel size. Maybe it's just that. It does feel weird. How do I slot it in from world space back into the thing when I was doing this? We use chunk offset. We do minus chunk offset divided by voxel size. Yeah, so in that case, let's just divide it by voxel size and then see if that's it. First of all, let's just try it regularly, and then let's try dividing it by voxel size. Okay. Yeah, this is closer, but it's not working. Let's do dividing it. I don't have a vec3. We just do. Let's see it. It's kind of hard to tell because of how small our voxel size is in terms of our velocity is probably like really, really, really high. Because our voxel size is like so incredibly tiny compared to our like actual speed. Like our speed should be like this or something, maybe even smaller. Yeah, maybe it isn't voxel size then. It's just hard to get it into the same coordinate space as as just the raw grid. Okay, how about this? It should be, let's try plus. Maybe it's supposed to be plus. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's not plus, but rather we add our velocity to the normal or something. I just want to test out moving along the normal, but now I'm realizing that actually if our final velocity is the normal, then that isn't going to make any goddamn sense. And I don't think that multiplying it times the density, I thought about this, multiplying it times the density, but I don't think that that's actually going to push us along it. Like that just fucking does that. I'm assuming that we're flipping between two planes or something. And this was supposed to be times 4 to be the same normal, but I don't think that would matter. It's kind of like we're in an ocean. But it's moving on its own. Like we're getting pushed in the direction. Now I have rough waters, yeah. Technically it should be normal times negative density. To give us the position, but we're above it is the thing. We are above it. Let's test the density value too. Let's test density and then let's also print out the normal. It's just gonna be a lot of going back and forth until we finally stumble on the right one. I don't know. Theoretically, the normal times the density should just give us the ground, because that's how we construct the ground. But it's annoying because there's two different coordinate spaces. There's our world space and then there's the actual density map. Yeah, so 32, and then we have 49, a density of 49 is pretty massive. Pretty massive. But this normal looks completely fine. It's supposed to be just straight up, but 49 is a massive density. So that means that our density calc is probably not correct. Maybe our calc density function is wrong. Our calc density has to be exactly the same as this. It's p.z minus the cam.z. Well, maybe in this case it's not minus the cam.z. Where is this? I have it in here. Calc density. Maybe it's not pz minus the cam.z. Maybe it's just pz. Pz's are in grid. Let's just try pz raw. Okay, now we're stuck again. Our normal and our density is 0.2. Our normal looks correct, and our density seems actually fine now. So that's a step in the right direction. That is a step in the right direction. Maybe our in-grid is wrong. So our in-grid is totally wrong. Because we don't want it in-grid. We want actually we want proposed. We want this to be all proposed. Okay. We're getting a lot of 20s. 21. That's a bit much. Oh, maybe we have to set our proposed z to 0 to get the ground, I guess. Okay. .2. Okay, so I wonder what the vertex is at that location. I wonder what the vertex is at that location. I should make sure that it's exactly the same. So our cam pause is this, so it should just be cam pause plus velocity, 100%. That's exactly correct. It's just this. Is it open to code with OpenGL and C or C++? I personally use C a lot over C++, but I mean, you can use either for sure. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Yeah, apparently the density isn't working. I think you do actually have to somehow plus equals the normal. But then you're just gonna go up into the air. Yeah. Maybe it's just that for now while we're just like following it. Maybe it's just this equals the normal z, and then the x and the y you're moving it. I like. Why is this so complicated to do? This should really not. I feel like this shouldn't be this difficult to do. I'm just gonna do it here. I'm just gonna do it here. I thought that that would work. Coders that don't use AI is like looking at the outdated milk in the fridge. Degen okay. Okay. That's cool. That's interesting. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Oh, you know what? I should probably... Am I multiplying this times anything? No, I don't. I don't. I feel like the word you should have went for is like expired milk in the fridge. Would have probably been more apt, I guess. In grid we don't care about anymore. It's proposed. That's the question. -2 is proposed. Can you make a parentheses and tell me your opinion about gunbound? I don't know what gunbound is. I can make some parentheses though. I can do parentheses here. I don't know what that exactly means. I feel like our okay, so let's just turn the velocity even down further, I guess. Hey, what's up? Just wanted to say hi. Thanks for saying hi. I don't know how that came, no. People who only use AI will sense a loss in the future. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That means I'm pretty young? I don't know if I'm young. I don't know if I'm old either. Let's try to get rid of this. Let's try to get rid of whatever that is. Just like everything that is complicated in the... Yeah, now our proposed is incredibly tiny. Which is how we want it to be. We want it to be tiny. But maybe not that tiny. Like, I don't really know. No, our proposed is high. Our proposed is high. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. This is a tough one. Where the fuck is this function? Oh, it's here. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to do that game in that tech you're using, right? And you have many things I'm working on. I am working on a bunch of things. Right now I'm working on like a space sim in OpenGL. Basically. Yeah, the normal is correct. I guess how we're using the normal isn't correct. I guess. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's just add the proposed x and y and then sample the z, the z, and then see if we can go. Our proposed is 0. Why is our proposed 0? Did I get rid of the only? Yeah, I got rid of this. So that's important to not get rid of this, because this is how we actually do our velocity. Yeah, I was editing the right thing. Okay, so I think I'm sorry I got stuck in that for so long. I was just being really dumb. Okay, so this is that. And now what I want to see is if we were going up and down with the terrain or not. And it looks like we aren't. It's hard to tell. It is hard to tell. Really, this would be times density. So that's what we're looking for there. Yeah, I don't know why I was focused on the x and the y. No, it doesn't look to be. It's hard to tell. Like, I wish that there was a way. The problem is that the density buffer lives on the GPU, and so it's hard to access it anyway if we want to check. But there it looks kind of sane. We can try negative density as well. Working with my own engine. I guess. I mean, it's not really like a game engine per se. Like, I made a game engine a while ago, but this isn't necessarily a game engine. It's just sort of my own, like, rendering pipeline, my own code, yeah. Maybe density isn't how do we represent density? Like from density itself outward. Like density gives us what? Density gives us the ISO value, right? But maybe our density at 0 isn't the correct thing. Maybe our density at 0 isn't correct. Okay, I think so. Maybe it's impossible to sample it at 0. And we should instead be just sampling it raw. And when we hit the ground, then we... This probably won't work, yeah. Because of 29. 29. 30, 29, 30. Yeah, I think that we might have to just like sample it and then see if we're inside it. Yeah, this is gonna be quite painful for us to do, I think. The problem is that the density doesn't really represent, I don't think the density really represents anything in terms of world space. That's like the problem, I think. So we can get a normal, but how do we figure it out? Like, it's weird how it is flashing between up and down. Like, that is very strange. It's because it's negative and then positive density again and again and again. Every like few frames it goes from positive density to negative density. It's a feedback loop. It's a feedback loop because we sample it at -5 and then it tells us, or we sample it at 4 and then it tells us to go to -5, and then we sample it at -5 and then it tells us to go to 4. So I don't know what the answer is. I think we have to sample it once. I think we have to sample it once when we hit the ground, and then keep sampling it as we walk around. But then how do we know No, that can't be correct. No, it has to be 0. It has to be at 0. At 0, you get pushed out by a certain amount. But yeah, I guess even if you're at 0, it doesn't correspond to the floor itself, I guess. I think it just corresponds to yeah, we would be going up and down a lot more. We can also, like, it would probably be more, like, easier for us to tell if I just, like, had more noise in it. So I'm just gonna do this so that we can see more noise, even though it's gonna make it look weird. It is pretty, like, interesting though, like, as a thing, like, I don't know, I guess maybe it's like younger people or something. It is very interesting. It is just strange, like, how they, like, celebrate not having skills. Like, I don't know, it's weird to me. Like, why do you want me to not to program using AI? Like, what is like the point of it to, like, I don't know. That would be exactly what it is. Reduce the time? What do you mean by that? There's no time involved. Yeah, minus the cam pause is bad because we already have the cam pause. Yeah, minus the cam pause is bad because then it's like a feedback loop. Oh, and the cam pause is actually already part of the calc. Also, the normals are fucked up. No. The normals are fucked up. Why? Where's the normals fucked up? I worked so hard to get the normals correctly. Like, why don't they work right now? Why does it not work right now? The normals. It's like they're completely dependent on camera position. Completely dependent on camera position. I mean, this is suspicious, but this is just makes sense because we add camera position. I don't, what? Why don't I add camera position here? Oh, I added after. Oh, I added after, so you don't want this. That's why. You don't want that. That is why. Okay, but there's still the normals still don't work. Normals still don't work. Maybe you're not supposed to do cam position there. I don't know. Oh shit, wait. Hold on a second. That looked almost like it for a second. Like going over this hill feels good. But then other places it does not feel good. Also the normals are incorrect still. Or at least I'm pretty sure. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, so hold on. That did feel a lot better. It did feel a lot better. Maybe we just get rid of chunk offset for this. All chunk offset does is put it in the middle. Oh no, yeah, it puts it around the camera. So that does make sense actually. So plus the camera position, yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, that makes sense. It does make sense. But maybe I have to replicate that same logic on the outside then. So maybe I was right here. That we have to subtract it. That might be why when we're close to the start that we're no. Yeah, no. No, that's awful. My game engine is fully operational. It's just for window. I have yeah, I have an old game engine, yeah, that I was working on this channel, yeah. I have a lot of videos on it. But for like fully operational, I don't know what fully operational would mean. You can load in stuff and you can do lighting stuff with it, but like I don't know if like make a game with it, like I don't know. Do I do it in here? Do I do the chunk offset here too, right? Yeah. Do the chunk offset here as well. So it might be like it makes complete sense to do it out here. Makes complete sense to do it out here. %100 makes sense. Maybe positive density now, but like yeah. Yeah, you start going like, you start getting like really pushed out. Like we started at 0, 0, and now we're at 130. Like that's insane. That is insane. The strange thing is that our proposed doesn't even change. It's just the density that is moving us. Why? Oh, our proposed, oh, by the chunk offset, right. Right. So we're just gonna do, this will just be cam.x plus cam.velocity. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, sorry if anyone is bored today. It is kind of not very intuitive what I'm doing. It's not very intuitive at all. Where are we? We're at 0.8. So why can't we see anything? Why can't we see anything? Go negative density again. Why can't we see anything? Wait, what? Oh shit, we're... Okay, why do we go under the ground here? It's almost correct, but not quite. It's almost correct though. The normals are still fucked. Okay. Okay, it's almost correct. Not quite. Yeah, adding the chunk offset was definitely correct. Maybe it's times normal.z. Would get us exactly on top of it. No. I'm looking at density. I'm trying to see. See, the thing is, like, it's pretty much always very similar. So I don't know why we're going under the ground. Like, it never goes negative. So to me that means that, like, our calculation for our density must differ somehow between this and our other density calculations. We all use p.z, right? And p.z is guaranteed world space now. So 0.5, 1.2, 0.5, yeah. So that's all exactly correct. And the density function for this is only used for the normal, so it doesn't matter. I wonder if somehow the normals being wrong is somehow indicative of something, though. That maybe our entire thing is fucked up because of this chunk offset thing. Like this versus this, like what? So 0.8, 0.9, 0.9, 0.8. So it looks like 0.9 means we're under the ground there. 0.7 means we're above 0.8, yeah. Here's what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try get rid of the chunk offset. In everything, and then try and run it. Like the ground isn't going to be centered with the camera, but it still will give us some better, like, information. On if it's working or not. Now we're just under the ground permanently. Yeah, let's try not doing the normal. Yeah, it is strange how not negating density just immediately fucks everything up. Oh no, this is just completely fucked. What? What the hell was that? Okay, so God, this is really annoying. This is like genuinely like I don't know. Let's look at the FBM function itself and try and see maybe the FBM function itself is different. Actually, that's probably what it is. It's probably actually a noise issue. That's probably 100% what it is. That I didn't transcribe it right way back when. And therefore our noise is just like slightly off. Our noise might be just slightly off because of that. Scale times 31 plus 1 times x. Then you mod 289 it. Yeah, I mean that's fine, but it's probably something. So far, everything looks correct. God fucking damn it. God damn it. I keep on pressing the wrong thing. C plus 1, 3. Yeah, I don't know. To add to scale. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Apparently this is unequivalent to what we have in the shader somehow. It's not equivalent. It's either that or there's some other thing somewhere that's being a problem. Yeah, I don't know. I think we should put back the fucking chunk offset for everything. So I don't think that was the problem. Now that we have taken a look at it, I don't think that was the problem at all. Yeah, the fact that it somewhat follows the plane just makes me feel like somehow the noise is just not equivalent somehow. So I guess that there's something off with how we transcribed it. So not much we can do about it other than move it into a compute shader and fucking just prove it. So that's what I'm gonna do. We're just gonna move the whole thing into a compute shader just to prove that it is this. Just to prove it. What else do I need in here? I need that's the correct syntax, right? I'm not dumb. Yeah. Other than that, I don't actually need to take anything into this shader. I just taken the cam pause, and that's really it. We're just taking cam pause, and then we just copy the FBM code and density function, and we just do this, and then we also need to, right, we have cam pause, so that's all we also need a uniform vec3 proposed, or no, just velocity, and then we just build the proposed like we do here. Same thing. We need this stuff. We're gonna do it in GLSL form, just like this. And so we have this. We're not gonna, of course, do this. We just want to do the velocity plus cam pause. So the chunk offset. We want to get rid of the chunk offset, and now we just want to proposed float density equals density fn proposed, and then we will do exactly what we had here. We do care about the normal, so we'll do that in a sec. We want to do propose z equals 0. And this, the worst part about putting this in a fucking stupid compute shader is that we don't really we could put cam pause in the UBO, like that's not that crazy. That is a refactor though. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but I really have no other way of reading out from this fucking thing, so oh, that's kind of a pain in the fucking ass. The STD 140, it's fine if I do a vec4 pause, right? That's fine if I do a vec4 cam pause. Is that fine? I think so, right? Okay, so it's fine if I just do a vec4. It's absolutely fine. Okay, that's fine. So we'll do a vec4 then. Now we have to refactor it though. So that's annoying. That suddenly became a whole thing. I really wonder, like, seriously, like, if I just, like, started using AI, like, would people watch me? Like, is that what it is? I don't know. If so, then that's, like, incredibly funny to me. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm considering it. Like, fuck no, I'm not considering it, but... Okay, so we have that. Now, we need to change the annoying thing is that we have to actually change our camera now because this needs to go in cam data. Also, velocity needs to go in cam data. That was the whole point of doing it, was actually to do velocity as well. So that was the whole point. I should probably call it camvel, just to be correct about it. Whole point of it was to get camvel in here so that we can write out to the cam velocity, so that we don't have to... Oh fuck, but then... No, we want to take in the cam velocity and then we just get out the cam position. The problem is... It's actually, I think it's fine because we can read out, so I think it's fine. We don't have to like freak out about it. That is going to be a big refactor though. We have a lot of red dots to deal with. It's fine though because we just basically have to do this. That's all we have to do for every single one. It's kind of annoying, yeah. But annoyed, man? I'm not annoyed. No, I'm just... Oh, I wrote this early when I was... I'm not annoyed. It's just a lot of... It's like I had to change one thing and now it's leading me to change everything else, you know? Like, I hate when that's the case. Because it's like... So the thing is, like, I don't even know if this is going to work. You know, like, that's what annoys me. Is like when I have something that I don't know if it's going to work, even if I fucking finish it. Like, if I knew that after I refactor this, it's gonna work, then I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care. But the fact that I have to do this, and then I might have to undo it at some point, that just drives me up a fucking wall, not gonna lie. But yeah, I mean, if I like knew every time I coded that it was going to work out fine, like, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care at all. Because, like, the only thing that I care about right now is that I have, like, this feeling in the back of my head that this is going to be a huge fucking waste of my time. So, that's all. Because, like, this may or may not be the bug, and there was no way for me to test if this was the bug before I did all of this shit. You know what I mean? So... we don't actually use this function anymore, so let's just get rid of it so that we don't have to spend any more time doing it. Okay, almost done. I think that this is like one of the last three, and then like I think after that it's pretty much just now what we have to do is we have to go into every shader that has cam pause and remove it. And also cam pause is now a vec4, so every reference I have to cam pause has to get changed to a vec3 or vec4. So that's also like another thing that's fucking annoying, but I needed it to be a vec3, a vec4 because of padding, and I didn't want to do the whole thing where I pad out. No, I'm not fucking doing that, because that just gets messy real fast. And instead, inside of here, we have to take in the... You've not been coding for 2 days. Oh no. Is there a reason, or you just not want to? Get rid of cam pause here. Cam pause.xyz. Now everywhere else we have cam pause, we have to change it. Cam pause. This needs to be cam pause. Fuck off. .xyz. We need all these cam pause .xyz. Because it's gonna be like implicit cast, implicit cast. Like, yeah, it is implicit. I want the 3 members of the struct that are first, as any sane person would want. Whatever. Okay. 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 Have guests also? That's nice. That's awesome. This fucking screensaver, man. I thought that I got rid of it, but I guess I didn't. No coding equals boring life. Yeah, I would rather be doing anything other than this right now. Resolve collisions, undefined reference. Yeah, it is undefined because that function no longer exists. I don't know why we don't have a little red dot about that. Okay. Get rid of resolve collisions and let's see if we render anything. Okay. We have a linker error. Implicit cast 231. In what shader? This one. 231. Oh. There we go. Okay, we don't render anything. Okay, so let's just like calm down here for a fucking second and just let's just go back to, instead of apply planet velocity, just go back to just flying around, just not have ground velocity, and then let us go from there. Yeah, I mean, I knew that when I refactored this, then it wouldn't end up fine on the first try. Hey, what's up, Max? What is up, Max? Okay, we're rendering nothing. We have this in here. Just aren't rendering it. In mesh.frag, we are going to go 1 1 1 1 1. You're watching basketball? That's sick. I don't know anything about basketball. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh. I meant to do cam pause there. Well, I hope that there surely there isn't other. Aren't I American? Yeah. But that doesn't mean that I care about basketball. I don't really like sports that much, to be 100% honest with you. Okay, so okay. Let's try not adding cam position to it and just rendering it straight to the fucking screen. Whole as NBA. I mean, we have like the fucking NFL too, and like the baseball league and all that. I don't know. I've met a lot of people, and everybody's into sports. I don't know. They shoot balls and stuff, I guess. Okay, why the fuck isn't it drawing to the fucking screen? Maybe my padding is not correct. It's just I assumed that 2 vec4s are fine. Oh my god, like what the fuck? Why don't they have a page for SCD 140? Like, just like to give the rules. Like, why is it all forum post? Okay, here we go. I finally fucking found it. Why does vec4s not work? It should. It should work. It says that it should work. Because it's 16 byte a line, so... it should be fine. Why does Learn OpenGL have ads? Like, what? Why? Why ads? Like, what? Why would this not be working? Huh. I guess we could print out like our like camera. Just to see. God, everything is going wrong in this project, man. It's actually like so, like everything is going wrong all the time. Okay, so cam position is moving exactly as expected. Exactly as expected, yeah. So our cam position is fine. But I mean, does that mean that our matrix is somehow fucked up? Possibly, I guess. I probably put... This is what I probably did, is I probably like put fucking cam vel over cam pause at some point. Never mind, I guess. Never mind, I guess. Maybe it's when I'm... Oh, you know what it probably is? Hold on. Probably is when I make the UBO. I hard-coded the... Yeah. That's why. Okay, there we go. There we go, back to fucking normal. Okay, got it. Okay. We can breathe again. Okay, so that refactor is now fine. Guaranteed, everything is fine. So it's just that, and now it should move with the camera. And okay, it does not move with the camera. Why doesn't it move with the camera? Why do you not move with the camera? Okay. Got rid of the uniform for sure. Okay. It's not sampling different areas even. Hold on, maybe I have to bind the UBO. Oh, I see what's happening. Oh, because we didn't put it in here. Oh, duh. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now let's move with the camera again, and then, all good. Okay. Now, from here, we want to make a new compute shader for that other one. So that's gonna be the collision compute shader. It's fun when your team's winning. It is. I used to like root for some baseball teams, I guess, and that was fun. Yeah, I mean it's cool. Collision computer. Yeah, so let's just make it now. Okay, so now we do the collision computer, and now our cam pause will equal final pause, and this obviously is going to be cam pause and cam vel. Okay, and now I have no clue if this is gonna work, but one can dream. And now after we do this, we want to GL bind GL what the fuck is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me today? It's GL use program. Duh. Like, what the fuck is wrong? Why can I not remember that? Fuck off. Okay. What are the errors? Find variable calc density, printf. Okay. Right, calc density needs to be replaced with density function. Printf cam pause undefined. You're so right. You are so right. You are so right. Okay. What? Undefined variable vec3 add. Oh. Okay. Is that it? 105? Yeah, that's probably it. Monitor going to sleep. Stop going to sleep. Oh my god, dude. Ugh. Why is i3 lock the default? I'm not going out of an i3 session just so that I can use my computer. Like, fuck. I don't know how we made it so that it was not like far away from the camera position. I think it was that made it, that fixed it last time. I have to also not just draw it as what? What? Oh. It's also that. Oh. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that. Ah, fuck, dude. Oh, I didn't think of that. Ah, fuck, dude. That is such a fucking bummer, dude. I don't want to have to read this back from the GPU. I think I have to. This is gonna stall the fuck out of the GPU if I read this back. I need to check it. I need to check if this is the bug. I need to check. So, I have to do it. I have to fucking do it. Yeah. There's no way around it. I'm making a new SSBO that's just going to be a scratch SSBO that once we're done with this, we're going to get rid of it. I need to know if this is the bug. Just so that I know where to look. So we have to figure this out. So it's just gonna be a vec4. I need to read from the GPU, so that's why we're doing this. Okay. Where the fuck? Okay. Let's just get the. faster to just do this than to actually think, oh, what's the syntax again? Okay, so we set final pause there, and now every time we get out of here, we need to read that from the GPU. So I'm just gonna get just set the fence and then do this for vec4, and we're just going to copy it straight into cam.camdata.campause. We're going to bind the position SSBO. There. Oh, it sucks. That sucks so bad. What? What? Oh, I didn't put a... What? A 99. Declaration of density. Okay, so we're actually compiling now. So let's do this again, and let's see where we're at. Based on what I was seeing, we aren't. Based on what I'm seeing, we're not really moving with the thing at all. But let's just try and figure it out and keep looking at it. Oh, I do it twice. Was I supposed to be doing it with no proposee or what? I can't really remember. Water simulations? Yeah, it's not really supposed to be. Okay, let's go back to what we had here and take a look and see if I don't think I transcribed this right. Resolve collisions. So we were adding the chunk offset, so I need to add the chunk offset as well. The Z was set to 0. So it's pretty much just adding the chunk offset, it seems like. We didn't do this. It doesn't take away from it, it still looks dope, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah. Maybe we need to have this at p.c instead. Still. I'm starting to think, hold on, I'm starting to think that maybe that isn't the problem. Maybe the problem, God dude. Maybe the problem, is this going on Steam? I don't know if it's like a game. It's just kind of like, it'll be on my website or whatever. Let's try without cam pause. I have an idea. I have an idea of what's happening here. I don't think it has anything to do. I don't think it has actually anything to do with the math. I don't think it has anything to do with the math now. Or maybe it does. I wish that there was a way for us to move really slowly, but unfortunately there really isn't a way for us to move very slowly. XYZ plus the chunk offset, that's, yeah, it's exactly the same. How do I move really slowly? Like, it's kind of like not easy for me to actually move slowly. It's kind of stupid, but oh, also we're using the wrong function. We're totally using the wrong function to move. We should be using apply. Yeah, I forgot to change that. So where you know where to get it? Yeah, I mean, you can go to my website's in the description if you're interested in any of this stuff. Huh. It seems like it goes down instead of up sometimes. So that still is not correct. It's almost correct though. It's almost correct. That doesn't seem correct. It could also be the normal as well. That since the normal is it depends on the normal to let's try something here. Let's just do a static mesh. It should be a static mesh instead of just doing it every single time. I want to see like if it's the mesh itself is becoming, you know, different. No. No, we still sink in. We're still sinking. So you'd think that we're in different coordinate spaces, but we can't be. We can't be. We're using p.z for everything. Right, we have p.z there, p.z, p.z here. Now it's 100% the same noise as well. Let's try getting rid of the normal, I guess. Huh. Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe it goes back to this, that you can't do it at 0, I guess. Like, I don't know. Oh, wait. Okay, we got it working. We got it working. Okay. Okay, thank the fucking Lord that we got it working. It's also not perfect. Yeah, we still... Still go under the ground there. Okay, now we do the normal. That's probably what it is. The last little bit of not being correct. Now we still go under the ground there. Yeah, I don't think that we should have to do anything to the normal, I think we should just sample the density at proposed. But yeah, I mean, God, it's so close, it's just not quite. Yeah, you definitely have to sample it at 0. I wonder, like, if it would become more correct if we sample at, like, -1. Because that might, like, give us some... No, definitely not. Definitely not. It might give us like some inkling if like we're maybe like 1 voxel off of the actual ground. Like if it's biased in a direction or something. No, we're still. Seems like that corner specifically. That would be awesome if we had like really low move speed. Oh yeah, we still not correct. Okay. Yeah, even the smallest amount creates a lot of jitter. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. Yeah, I mean, maybe I just won't get this perfect the first time. It's like nearly perfect, but there is like times where you go under the ground. Yeah, that's a bummer. It sucks because I spent so much time getting that to work. I spent a lot of time refactoring to try and figure it out. You know, it may also be that we just have a like the grid might just not be Like the density grid might end up different than this. Because it has a resolution. So just due to that, marching cubes might not be 100% 100% reliable in terms of like showing what's on the screen. So this density function for proposed, we might have to like floor proposed or something. We might just have to floor proposed. Or, no, you don't floor proposed, you floor it within. You need to get it into the same. Quantize it to the same amount. You quantize it to the same amount. In that case, maybe you just take cam velocity and then you divide it by chunk world size, and then you add cam pause afterwards, but you still need a cam pause quantized. But this is just dividing it by 2. Do you divide these by 64? Is it like that? What? What? Our camera is non. Our camera.z went crazy. F proposed Went crazy style. Okay, you don't floor it. You don't floor it. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. Maybe the answer is just to do proposed minus f proposed, and that's the answer. Dude, like... That's pretty funny. It just wants to go back to 0 because you just divide and divide and divide and divide. Yeah, that does make a bit of sense. This is supposed to be proposed though. But you are just going to slide back to 0 eventually. Yeah, this doesn't fix the issues on the corner. I wonder if it has to do something with the fact that it happens on the side. I'm trying to mimic the quantization that the density grid itself has. I also have another idea here, which is like, what if we go into the center of a trunk instead of just like this? What if we do that so that we're always centered inside of the thing? I don't know why I didn't do that before, but yeah, just to see if that does anything. No. Like, let's see what the issue is here. So we are at okay, so our density, when it goes to that point over there, is negative 0.7, but ours is, but it doesn't look like that. In fact, it looks like everything that is under 0.5 we're under the ground. Somewhat, yeah. Every time. So to me that doesn't. Our ISO value is definitely 0, right? I wonder if there's any like significance behind them going negative p.z and like when they do this in the NVIDIA paper, but like obviously isn't gonna change anything for us since now we're underneath the thing. And here we have the same problem, even like we go down instead of up here. So it's the same thing. And I doubt it is anything with the offset itself. I doubt it. But what was that? Why is it not drawing? Why? Why? So A is 0. Why do we need chunk offset? We shouldn't need chunk offset. It should not be necessary. Happens especially at the edges, but no doubt that there are some spots like right here where we go right through it. Everything under 0.5. Maybe in here we don't do that because it's already technically voxelized. God damn it. Here's under 5, right? Yeah. Under 0.5. God fuck it. Let's try simpler noise, I guess. God, why is it negative 0.5 is underneath the camera? Or we go underneath the ground. Why 0.5? Why is it just 0.5? It's just negative 0.5. That is 0. It's just negative density. It's like hold on. Maybe we aren't supposed to be drawing it at the chunk offset, but sampling this is correct. Oh, that isn't correct. That isn't correct, yeah. It's right here that's not correct. Or actually... Nah, see, you go down here. Maybe it's the opposite way around, that you sample it at chunk offset and then you push it down. Apparently without chunk offset it's just a complete failure. you just use it for the Z value and that's it. No, it still doesn't fucking work. What? Oh, it's plus chunk offset because it's already negated. The normal is also incorrect now. This just moves it downwards. Like, it doesn't actually... It doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, I don't know anymore. I'm just not sure anymore. Yeah, it's definitely not a normals issue, because you just the density value itself. The density value itself is wrong. So that must mean that somehow I'm almost debating like not multiplying it times voxel size and seeing that if that is. Like, let's just try, I don't know, just like literally just massive ass just giant, you know? Yeah, that's what I thought. It can't do it. It's just fucking annoying. So I can't even check if it's like a... It definitely can't be a voxel size thing since... Dude, does this not work? All I'm trying to do is I'm trying to... Okay, I fucked something else up here. Whatever, just let me just test this, please. Jesus, this part is fucked up. I almost wonder if now we reverse the mesh, if it would be fine. No, that just made it fucking higher. Yo, what's up, Rexon? I'm alright. I'm just trying to figure this out. No, that's just nothing. I'm just having some issues, to be honest, with this. I'm just trying to get it to the point where I have collision on the surface, but that is proving to be very difficult. Very, very difficult. Yeah, you would think that that just doing this would do it, but maybe it needs to be negative density function then. No. Because it's also tiny, I guess. Yeah, it looks complex. It's not necessarily complex, it's just annoying because I've basically got these two things in two different coordinate systems. I have the mesh of the world that's getting, you know, that we, you know, generate the terrain, and then I'm doing it again in a separate part to do the collision on top of it. And so the problem is that they don't line up for some reason. They just don't line up. For whatever reason, at some points, the density we get is different than the density they get, if that makes sense. Even though the code should be exactly the same. But let's just copy and paste it just to make it absolutely sure that it's exactly the same. But yeah. Yeah, the thing is, so it's like like we put in a coordinate, right? And it makes that in world space, and then we're sampling it again in world space. So like on paper it should just work, but it doesn't work for some reason. There's just something that I'm not thinking about that is making it not work. it's also kind of confusing that if you move this chunk offset, you have to do plus chunk offset here to get it in the middle. So I thought like maybe we'll just like sample the density at the thing, but then it doesn't work. It does not work. Yeah, I think that this interpolation is going in the wrong direction sometimes. Something like that. Maybe we try vals a minus ISO value or something like that. Just like to try it out. I don't know. What is the problem? The problem is that I don't know what the problem is, man. That's the problem. I don't know what the problem is. The problem is that our mesh doesn't match up with the values we get on the other end. So here we are at 0.5, but obviously it looks like it should be something else. I have a feeling that it is chunk offset that's the problem. That's like my kind of assumption here. Is that maybe we just have to go back to doing it on the other side. I don't know. Just so that everything lines up, but I mean we tried this and it didn't work. What the fuck? Oh, because we're adding it. Oh, oh, this is. Oh, I didn't get rid of that. Oops. Okay, maybe this is it. Maybe we just have to add the chunk offset. Okay. What? Why are we falling? Oh. See? 0.6. Yeah, this just is completely wrong. Let's try minus chunk offset. Because it might be that we have to do the opposite of what it did in the... No. 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 It's not OpenGL, no. No, yeah, they both get emitted in the same place. Then we interpolate between the points there. There should be no, like... Like, we should be stepping over the exact same position as those. I mean, there's no way for me to really test it, but we should just be stepping over the same vertices, so I don't really see. I don't really see why. Just out of curiosity. I mean, that feels better, but also, like, why? Now, like, why is it... Oh, but now it's just... The problem is now it's just translated upwards. That's... Yeah, now it's just translated upwards. So... That's all that does. You'd have to just do this, I guess. No. Oh like, what? What is the problem? Like, what is the problem now? Maybe you can't negate it now, or like what? That definitely is supposed to be. Dude, it's so fucking annoying that I have to do this. Like, what? I mean, technically this feels fine, but also, like... Like, what the fuck? Like, why is it now an arbitrary value over... I mean, I know why it is. It's because we don't offset it by, you know... by the correct amount. It should be like, you know... +1 or whatever, or plus 0.5 or minus 0.5 or like one of those things. Yeah, there we go. No, it still is doing the exact same fucking thing. Okay, I just hold on a sec. It needs to be equal, I guess. Well, that obviously is not correct. I mean, it can't be that. It can't be this. Like, the ISO value has to be 0 because that splits everything in half. It has to be 0. It doesn't make sense for it to not be. I mean, maybe, but then like, why is everything shifted position? I think that this is what we did before, but like, obviously like try error. I'm not going to try catch. This is not, no. I don't know. There's something that I don't fucking understand here that like is just impossible. Try different values. I mean, I've tried like every single permutation of it. You try one, like technically speaking, but like I mean, it has to be, ISO value has to be 0, or else like the math just doesn't make sense. Like this feels okay. This like feels okay at ISO value 0.5, but then like how do I get on top of it is the problem. Like there's no clean way for us to get on top. Because +1 just doesn't feel good. We're obviously like way above. I mean, maybe this is just correct. It doesn't feel like perfect, but maybe this is correct. It's also probably like a perspective thing. Maybe we do just need like one constant here, just like one random fucking AI then. I don't know. I don't think AI would be able to really help us here. I think this is it. It just doesn't feel right. Like perfect. But maybe it can't be perfect with the method that I'm doing. Maybe need inspiration. Somebody maybe hadn't solved what I'm doing. Yeah, I mean maybe. Maybe. Like if I wasn't on stream, that I'd probably like just like do a bunch of searching, but like I don't know. That's not very whatever. I think this is probably like what it is. I think it's probably like this is the answer. Is just for some reason we have to do ISO value of 0.5 instead of 0.0. You should that value set it in one site. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this is probably fine. It's just like it doesn't like feel right exactly, but maybe it doesn't matter. Whatever, I guess. Anyway, the normals I don't think are correct anymore, so we have to fix the normals. Oh no, the normals are fine. The normals are absolutely fine. The normals are absolutely fine. What we want to do now is we want to do the cam pause, move it with the cam pause. So let's just do that next. That's gonna be the hard part though. We're adding the cam pause to it, but then we have to go here and subtract the cam pause .z from that. and then we'll move with the campos.xyz for here. And now we have to move this into here and just pray that this works. Okay, no, it's not working. Okay, why is it not working? I don't think that you can do this, but we could try. Cam view. Oh. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Ah, see, right here. Right here, we're in the ground. Right here, we're in the ground. Here we're above the ground. We're underneath it. If this computer goes to sleep one more time, man, like... Wrong. Dude, yeah, I just set up this computer for the first time and it's like... I forgot to turn off i3 lock. Yeah, I mean... It's just somewhat underneath the ground sometimes. Like right here, it's just like not on top of it. On top of the mesh. Like right here. Just way under. This is negative 0.2, it's the correct value. It just doesn't go above it. It's the correct value. It just doesn't work. There's nothing in here where we're distorting the mesh, maybe moving the mesh, something like that. No, right? No. Just, I don't know. Just, I don't know. Just, I don't know. That can't be it because once again the density value speaks for itself. I mean, okay. So the only thing that makes sense is that the marching cubes interpolation is somehow moving things in the wrong direction sometimes. And putting the ISO value up helps, but it doesn't 100% represent the density. Which sometimes, of course, we go through like this. And it's not that weird, it's just random. We go in the opposite direction sometimes. We go in literally the exact opposite direction. It never happens really on a flat plane. It's always when we go through a And something else that I noticed is that we only go down. We never go up above the surface. So that's another thing. Like, we never go above the surface. We only go down. And so like right here, for instance, so I don't know. I almost wish like I could like just like get it so that I wish that you could do that, but I don't think you can. Because it's all, I just want to like prove it that we go in the correct direction, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm just kind of coding a bunch of bullshit. I want it to be centered around us and just go up and down so that I can see what's happening. I mean, obviously that's not going to show us anything. So, well, that was a shit idea, I guess. What is up with Google lately? Like, you just look something up and it's just a bunch of forum posts. Like, where's the actual, like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's telling me that my ISO value should be 0, which is like, yeah, I agree with you. It should be 0, but then why doesn't it work? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I did this right. Like, I did it right. Like, my formula is all right. Like, it's not a fault of my formula. It's just like fucking, I don't know. I don't know, like something like this is just so incredibly hard to debug because there's no way that I can access the goddamn geometry that's under my foot, if that makes sense. Okay, so interesting. So I should have checked that a long time ago. Oh yeah, you can't do that. You have to set it with some value. I should have checked that a long time ago. No, I think it just sent me way too high, and that's why. So we start underneath the fucking ground. I don't know why this is the case. Why is that happening? So because we need to like bring this up, But that would just make it. No, you are supposed to bring it up to make it bigger. We can just try that, I guess. That's not even being used. Yeah, now my fucking GPU is heating up. I don't know. The fact that it only happens with higher noise counts is pretty interesting. But the values are exactly the same. Like 1.2, 3.3 we use everywhere. And so it's exactly the same. I can do this times 0.5, I guess, and then try that thing again. I didn't really. Can fry some eggs on the GPU. Yeah, I moved my mic over to that side so you can probably hear it more. But yeah, that's coming from a laptop, by the way. Okay, so this, whatever I did here is fucking awful. So let's never do that again. Let's never do that again. Okay, like, sure, I guess, like, why? Why is it kind of working? Okay, this is not it. That's not it, man. Why is it so bumpy? Why is the ride so bumpy, bro? I have an idea that I'm working on in my brain that maybe this was for some reason too small. Just use a laptop, yeah. You should feel it, man. It gets hot, dude. It gets hot. I've spent all day doing this now, just like trying to figure it out, and I think maybe the chunk size is too tiny for us to sample it. For us to use it, really. It may just be too tiny. It may just be too tiny. No, I mean, like, multiplying this times the normal, it just seems like a bad idea. I just hear my bed very well in winter, yeah. Kind of sucks. I can't use this one in bed, really. Okay, here's my new theory. Here's my new theory. My theory is that the normals are wrong and therefore we are wrong. That's my new theory. Oh, I know why it's wrong. This is supposed to be P. We were getting a fake normal. Well, that makes a little bit of sense. That makes a modicum of sense, as they say. Okay, it still is like a little bit of a bumpy ride. Okay, it's a bit of a bumpy ride. You gotta admit. It is pretty bumpy. Oh, and there we go. You hate to see it. You gotta multiply the density by something. You have to multiply it by something. You can't just bias it upwards like we've been doing. You have to multiply it by something. And I'm like 99% it is the normal. But I don't know. We're walking on the asteroid. We're walking on sunshine. Oh, wait. This is supposed to be a 5. That's supposed to totally be a 5. That was totally supposed to be a 5. Alright, let's wait for the GPU to shut the fuck up. He'll be done in a second. I've only been here 4 hours. I feel like I've been here for like 2 lifetimes today. To be fair, my 4 hours have just been pressing the compile button and praying. So that's all I've been doing today. So he's kind of got the spirit. Yeah, it's just such a bumpy ride with this, you know what I mean? Like, it's genuinely such a bumpy ride. Yeah, we are walking on the asteroid. I'm sorry, I didn't say anything. Okay, so there is some bumpiness. There is. There's no doubt some bumpiness. But overall, I think it's a success. We can just multiply it times 4 and then like it's all good. Like that's gonna be fine. Now, is it like real collision? No, you're barking up the wrong tree. But it does exist. It does exist. I think the more we push the voxel size up, the better it gets, not gonna lie. And there we go again. Okay, so time to code some shit, I guess. We should, yeah, so the way I'm thinking about it is that like the normals that we actually shade with are this, and then the normals that we walk on are the other ones. So yeah. Okay, so now that that's squared away, we can do the other velocity shit, like we can make it so that we can obviously jump around. That's the next step. Just make it so that we can jump. Now, if this is, you know, possible, I don't really know, but yeah. So we need to have the ability to hit the ground is like the main problem here, and that may seem like a very easy thing to do, but it's really not. It's actually a very difficult thing to do. However, it's a good thing that you have me here, because I know exactly how to do it. Okay, so we're gonna have a float ground, and we're gonna set that to -10 times. That's exactly where we were going to go. And now we need to know if our current Z is above the ground, or if we went through the ground, right? And so if our cam pause.z is less than the ground, then we are hitting the ground. Oh, you hate to see it. 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 Okay, so there is a silver lining in all of this, and now that silver lining is that we no longer have to do this in the shader, and we can straight up just call the goddamn function instead. We can just call the resolve collisions function again, and we don't have to do it in the shader anymore. We don't have to. Now we have to kind of port all of the code over, which kind of sucks, but it's better to just do it this way instead of, like, I was thinking for a second in my mind, like, oh, we can totally just have another thing in the SSBO that we read out, and then I realized, don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. And so now we're just gonna not do it that way. Oh, I did this. You're supposed to just do cam pause here. Impossible type. Oh, that is. You. You hate to see it, but we have to make it all vec3s. You do hate to see it. I don't think that there's any reason why we can't do it here and why we had to do it in the shader. I think that we just psyched ourselves out with that the entire time, because honestly the result was exactly the same. Like, exactly the same. So yeah, but that's alright. You live, you learn. Now maybe later down the line we realized just how stupid we were, and they're wow. That's just all I gotta say about that one. Wow, that sucks. I just pressed Control Z by accident, and thanks Helix that keybind just closes the entire thing. That's really thanks, dude. I just fucking fat fingered it, and now we all have to suffer. Thanks. Oh yeah. It's like playing whack-a-mole with this computer going to sleep. Okay, there we go. All right. And you know how earlier I was like, oh man, the only reason I hate doing this is because I don't even know if it's going to work and I might have to just redo it again. And that is a little bit ironic because that's exactly what we're doing right now. We're undoing what I did for debug purposes. So it's a bit poetic, you know? It's a bit poetic. So okay, so we need actually two proposed. Vec3 prop 2 equals proposed. And then this one is the one that we do this on. Let's just do it to this one because this is the one that we're going to calculate the density on because we want to sample the Z. And now we're gonna write exactly what I just wrote here, which is this. Which should just directly translate over. My Wi-Fi just the worst piece of telecommunication signal in the history of electromagnetic waves. That's crazy. That is crazy. I hope that you hurt your Wi-Fi because you deserve better. Go get him, girl. The fuck am I talking about, bro? What am I fucking yapping about? So if we're under the ground, we're hitting the ground, right? For now, we're not gonna worry about other calculations. All we're gonna do is we're just gonna set the final pause to our proposed position. We just straight up don't have to do anything else, so we just do that and then return. Oh, we have to do this to bro. Okay, there we go. Okay, so if we're hitting the ground though, we need to do this code. We need to do this code, and then we need to set cam dot on ground equals true. And if we're cam dot on ground equals false. Yeah. No doubt. Okay. Now we of course have to replace the function down here. We're gonna create new planet mesh up here so that when we update camera or when we process input and we call the function resolve collisions, we have a planet ready. There is a chance that we just walk right through the floor. Okay, we did walk through the floor, but then we stopped walking through the floor. Oh. Well, that's gonna take a while to get back down, huh? Okay, yeah. We went very high into the sky. This velocity, we want to add 0.05 instead. Also, we went under the ground, which isn't good. So we don't want to go under the ground. Oh, here's what we gotta do. We gotta do cam data dot camvel dot z equals 0. We gotta 0 the velocity for the z component. Okay, we got some jumpage. Are we ever gonna come down? What, like, what is my spaghetti code, bro? Come down. Get down from there. Cam did, if cam else z minus equals gravity times dt. What, bro? How small is dt? Huh. Oh. Bro. Maybe. Oh, we never leave the ground. We never leave the ground. That's so true. That is so true. That is so true. That is. Why? What is wrong with me? We never leave the ground. So cam.onGround equals false. And you also want to gate it by if cam.onGround. There you go. That's some like video game code. Look at that. Fucking video game. Whoa, this is game coding. Oh, holy shit. How's it going? It's going alright. Bro, like, come on, bro. Bro. Are we on, we can't be on the ground right now because we're just going. Maybe we don't have this. We would just do that. Maybe we have to be within a tiny epsilon also. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. But we would be sampling this is the thing. We would be sampling that if we were ever less than the ground. How about this? Let's do 0.1. Oh, it's going well. I'm sorry, I didn't say anything. I hope you're good. It's going all right. Yeah, that epsilon is killing us. Okay, so we want to be able to leave the ground safely and then come down again. So the thing that you gotta realize is that when you go up, you have a positive velocity, and when you go down, you have a negative velocity. So that's the key here. Oh, sorry, I was stepping on the mic, so that's probably... If camvel is less than 0, if camvel.z is less than... So that means if we are already going downwards, then we want to hit the ground. Okay, you hate to see it. 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 Maybe we just assert that we're off the ground here. Bro, what did I just do? What? Oh. Yeah. There you go. There you go. There you go, buddy. There you go. It's real windy outside today. It's real windy. I feel like I would love it if we like, oh, there we go. We gotta jump in, but then we teleport downwards. Because this. How are we ever less than the ground? Can you tell me that? What is the use of vectors? Is that like, that sounds kind of like a, that sounded kind of like a Jeopardy question. What is the use of vectors? The use of vectors is so that we can add numbers together. That's all it is, bro. And like move them together. That's the main use. Honestly, I like feel like it's worse on the CPU than on the GPU. I like hate to say it. I hate to fucking say it, man. I feel like there's something a bit off with it on the CPU. God damn it. I thought that we were done. I thought that we were finished. God damn it. You hate to see it, bro. You hate to see it. 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 Yeah, there goes my GPU, bro. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it is something like this. Or maybe we moved the chunk world size up way too much. It might be that. Oh shit. Yeah, you can't do that because then you're sampling different ones every time. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Huh. Yeah, my brain is a bit fried from this shit, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm not sure why we can't hit the ground properly. What the fuck? What? 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 Why? Why? No, this is worse, bro. This is fucking way worse. That is way worse. That is way worse. Maybe yeah, maybe the bigger the voxel world size is like, yeah, this is pretty good. It's pretty solid. It still is like pretty all over the place though. Maybe multiplying it by the normal is probably a bad idea. A bad idea. Try something massive just to like see what it would feel like just while we're here. You're never going underneath the ground, but now the ground is like fucking really tiny. Well, whatever. Yeah, so why is this not working? Why is that not working? Maybe you gotta get rid of the normal, and that was the problem all along. Yeah, I think you need a higher velocity, a higher exit velocity, because if you subtract too much in one frame, then you just won't get off the ground at all. Okay, let's try never making it, okay. So gravity is still too high. I am Metro. Because we never get off the ground. We need to get off the ground. Okay, yeah, gravity is a bit... Gravity is a bit strong. Okay. Okay, now gravity is a bit too weak. Oh my god, this fucking GPU, bro. Just like let me test this out, dude. The way that we can test it out with it not freaking out like this is to just do this. So there's a very fine line between not enough gravity and way too much gravity. It's a very fine line. Why do we have variable? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, so we are still let's just add a little bit of epsilon. Oh, but then we're never gonna hit the ground. Ah, yeah. Oh no. This is reminding me of when I did the game engine, man. It was exactly this. It was actually the exact same thing. It took me a while to figure it out. It's probably gonna take me a while to figure it out now. Actually, we could just like copy my own homework on it if I can find. Yeah, this is like so complicated, but should sample vertical cold try. Holy shit, what a throwback. What a throwback. Check radius height. Hit ground. Classic. This one's a classic function. Hit ground. If dist to floor is less than ground thresh. Z minus height below. The distance to minus ground thresh. The ground thresh was 0. Okay, so if zval was descending, if we are less than 5, so it wasn't just negative, it wasn't just, it was 0. You know, in our case it's probably like 0.1 maybe. Oh, okay, yeah, so this is just, yeah, and we weren't on ground. Okay, and we aren't on the ground. Then we do adjusted. We slow our velocity. Was it adjusted.z? We scale it with the top normal. Oh right, yeah. We're not gonna worry about that. We don't have to worry about that. We just zero the velocity. We put it on the ground. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So why? Tell me why. Okay, you gotta go less than the ground. You have to go less than the ground. Okay, but why do I keep on going upwards without jumping? This is me jumping, this is me not jumping. That's a good question. It's different than hitting hitting the ground is different than staying on the ground. I see. Yeah. Okay, so if we are on the ground, then we want to sample it and return. Yeah. So let's just do this here and then return. Otherwise, I mean, I don't really get what I'm trying to code here, but I just want to see. Okay, we're staying on the ground now. Good. Lovely. Hey, look. Oh my god. Okay, you can still do some funny things. It can get funny. Oh yeah. If you if you press left while jumping or right while jumping, you go into the sky. And then if you press forward while jumping, you go into the ground. Okay. So yeah, that's a bit of a problem. Oh, I know what's happening. We never apply if cam on ground. Oh, there's like a funny thing going on here. There's a funny thing going on here. We only apply it if we're on ground, or you know, if we're not on ground. So you're telling me that sometimes we go off the ground but we're not off the ground? Is that well that wouldn't make any sense. Well, that wouldn't make any sense. I mean, it's guaranteed to be on ground anyway. I'm so confused. I just wrote the same conditional twice in a row. Yeah, but I'm still... Why is it when I hold a key and I'm jumping? Why is it that specifically? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That doesn't make any sense why that would change anything. Like, obviously if we just do this, but the thing is, then it's like, like, what? Wait, but we are applying the gravity always. Okay. Okay. So we just changed move dir here, of course. Cam on ground equals false. Yes. Cam on ground equals false. And then we go here. Cam on ground equals false, so we apply gravity. And then we only apply velocity actually in any direction if we're on the ground. If we're on the ground. I might have to do some prints. I might have to do some printage. It might be necessary. I didn't want to do it, but it might be necessary. Oh, why is it only when pressing a directional button? That doesn't make any sense. All right, let's do a print here. Let's just do a here. This is one of my favorites. I haven't pulled out a here in a long time because I decided, oh, that's a bad way of debugging. However, I'm now realizing that maybe okay. So I'm actually 100% correct. So it's a good thing that we did it here, because now we know that we're always on the ground. But if we're on the ground, then why am I not going on the ground? That's a good question. So if we're on the ground, how come my final pause.z doesn't... How come that doesn't work? What? What? Wait, what? If we're on the ground... I mean, if we're on the ground, then we're on the ground, bro. I wish I was insane enough to try and build a game engine. Well, this isn't really a game engine. It's like kind of related to my old engine, but you know, it's not really. It's just a space simulation, but it kind of is like a, you know, it's got the physics component, I guess now. Yeah, so this is still happening, dude. That is still happening. Wait, but what did the print say? Okay, I wasn't paying attention to the print. That's so true. Okay, and there we go. So, do we see a daffodil? Do we see the daffodil? No, we don't. Okay, so the problem isn't that we are continuously jumping. The problem is that we jump and then we don't apply any gravity because we're permanently on the ground. But once again, if we're permanently on the ground, then why are we... Okay, here's a good question. Let's just straight up print out. We have to go here. We have to be here. We have to be here. We have to be here. I mean, if not, then we're in like the Twilight Zone, because this is this is the part where we're on the ground, and we are definitely on the ground, according to. Okay, so we have a problem. Big problem. We're not on the ground. Okay, so do we have any early returns from this function? I don't see any early returns. So what you're telling me is that we're on the ground, but we're not on the ground at the same time. No, nothing else is changing on ground. Between here and here, nothing else changes it. Nothing changes it. Nothing else changes it. Let's search for on ground anywhere else. I may have like fucking put it somewhere else. That is, yeah, guaranteed we aren't entering into there. Okay, so here's the ultimate shit right here is that this has to be true. This has to be, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I see. Okay, so that would be why that was happening. That would be why that was happening. Okay, so I had that in my game engine because of some... Okay, so it's going to be a jerk. I had that in my game engine because there was some fancy velocity stuff going on, where I applied it twice. But instead we can just move it down here. And now everything will work. And we will have no problems. Okay. Now we don't have like any fancy strafing air acceleration. We can just straight up copy the homework on that one. Okay, there we go. We have collision. See, the easiest part about it was that. The hardest part was the fucking dumbass density field shit. I still don't even know if it's 100% correct. I mean, it feels only like halfway correct, so. Like right here, it's like you kind of like sink through the goddamn thing. Glorious. Progress, yes. You showed up right at the point of making progress. Before this, there was not a lot of progress. In fact, there was 4 hours of me just like doing a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, the threshold for the gravity is pretty crazy. We are kind of on the moon though, so there's no real problem with the gravity. Okay, so big problem. We have a big problem. We have a couple of big problems, to be honest. First of all, it kind of looks like ass. Kind of looks like ass. Few reasons for that. One of them is this shit. That like, if you push this up, then all of a sudden it looks less like ass, but it also, the normals get less correct as well. Like, it just like becomes more smoother, but not as correct. But you know, like, yeah, so you can push it up like this, and then all of a sudden it's just gonna smooth across the entire thing. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to kind of tell. Overall, they look kind of correct, but anyway. So that looks like, you know, not as complete ass as possible, but it is kind of just like a number where you just like set it and then you pretend like it means anything, but it doesn't actually mean anything. It's just a random fucking number. So, whatever. So I don't really know if we need strafing for a space simulator. Like, I don't really know if we need bee hopping on it. You know me, I love bee hopping, but anyway, Now, the question is, like, okay, so a few questions do exist. Okay, so let's try the indirect rendering, just to give it a shot. We could also try to make this chunk world size like much larger with the better normals, and then add more noise, which should, so basically what this is doing is it's making the resolution, like it's making it bigger. But what we could do then in this case is turn the warping back on, so that it looks a bit more crazy. So that's what I'm going to try to do next. Theoretically, these should be equivalent. If I can just look and see. P times 2, P times 2, P times 2, P times 2, 2 plus warp. Okay, so they're not equivalent. Or this is what we were doing last time. Oh no, that's I'm just being dumb. Okay. I just want to test this before we move on, just because I think it might be cool if it works. Okay, let's give it a shot. More scope. Yeah. Get it bigger. Bigger is better. Okay, so really don't like what we're seeing here. There's not a lot going on. There's not a lot going on at all, to be honest. To be quite honest with you. We might have to just like go, just like multiply this times like, the amplitude by like, by the same factor, so this becomes 5 and then this becomes 2.5. We might just have to do this because we want the amplitude to go up, but we want the amplitude to stay the same, but the resolution to go up. Is the collision? Yeah. The session being commenting, yeah. Okay. Alright, I feel like warping it that much kind of fucks it up, because now I think we're just walking on a whole bunch of nonsense, to be honest. To be quite honest with you. Oh, also, we did it in the wrong shader. That's why. Because it's supposed to be in this one. We're supposed to, first of all, the chunk world size is supposed to be 24, and then our calc density is inside a whole other place here. Okay, 100%. I forgot that this was in a whole other ballpark here, and now we have to do this bullshit. Oh, you hate to see it. Yeah, the collision is working. I can show it off in a second once I move this to the thing. dustmite, you should use C because C++ because they have operator overloading. Oh my god, this would be so much easier. I'm gonna fucking gouge my eyes out because look at this idiot. He doesn't know about C++. Fucking idiot. Claude just turned up in my house and stole my GitHub portfolio. Damn. Rob, where do you work? You don't tell me actually where you work, but you know, like what is your profession? There is still time for C. No, there isn't. I have no time for C++. Fuck that. What a load of horseshit. Okay. That's supposed to be a yeah. I'm right there with you. Okay, so now we just gotta. Oh, this part's the tricky part because now we gotta fuck off. Sorry, it's when's the Rust project? There's no Rust project, bro. What are you talking about? There's no Rust project. Okay, so this plus the warp. Okay, so this part's the tricky part because we gotta do. Okay, let's just do this nice and easy. RA equals. And then just add it to the warp, and that way we don't have to write it 3 times. Don't mind the fact that we wrote that 3 times. I didn't ask for your opinion. And we need to add this random thing here. And now we're looking good. We're looking good indeed. Initializing float with an expression of type 3. Oh right, we need to FBM that. So true. And now we just copy this downwards, and then we just do this with a different thing every time. I made a macro in C which do poor man operator overloading. With it being a for loop in a macro. That would probably, I would probably, you know, I'd probably go for that. Dude, I could go for some French toast right now. Dude, French toast would go so hard. Holy shit. When I get done with this, I'm making some French toast. But the code comes first, of course, but... Okay. Now, hopefully I didn't fuck any of that up. And obviously this is... You know, we decided this was times 10, times 5, times 2.5. Abso-fucking-lutely. Nice. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright, so we may have fucked up here somewhere. Either that or it's just too delicate to put through the ringer like that, you know? That may just be the problem. Let's just make sure that it's doing the exact same, but P2 5.2257, yeah. We do 2 plus the warp, yep, and then you add the that, and then you add the that, and then you add the that, and then you FBM every time. Yeah. Alright, I mean, you hate to see it, but I feel like that's just the way it goes sometimes. That is just the way it goes, my friends. That is just the way it goes. Let's make sure that the size is correct. The size is correct. The size was 24. Right? Yeah, it was. Yeah, I feel like with that much warping, you kind of just like fuck it. It kind of just sucks. So I feel like that probably like we can't do that. So that sucks, dude. I wanted to warp it, but whatever. It's because the collision is based off of fucking you know. It's based off of the density itself. So, have I considered starting over and making a game board instead? To do what? Bro. Why is this so bad? Why is it so bad? Like, actually, why? It wasn't bad before we did the warping. Huh. Huh. It wasn't bad before I put on the mask. I think the warping just fucks it up. So here's what I think. I think, honestly, that there is some difference between my thing and the thing between the CPU side thing and then this. I think that there's a difference. I think there's a difference between the CPU side thing and this thing. This is mad scientist stuff. It's not really. It's just I don't know. Yeah. I think that you just have a problem with following the density field when it's this warped. You just have a real problem with it. And that's unfortunate. Yeah. That's the problem with using that for collision. I meant to do P. Pushing P. Yeah, that's the problem with using that for collision, is that when the field gets too fucked up, then you start having some troubles. Like even here, you're starting to have some troubles, obviously. I think it might be, let's try it without the normal.z. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard, man. It's hard. It's easy to get it when it's like semi-flat, but when it's fucking wonky like this, because it's sampling like fucking weird. Yeah. Yeah, not much you can do. I also think that this 0.5 might only work for whatever reason when the chunk world size is low. Or something like that. Yeah, it's a bummer. It is a bummer. With when you turn the amplitude up, it's just a real bummer. Yeah. I think we gotta go back, man. I think we gotta go back. I might have to do some more tinkering with it later to get it to work at different amplitudes. Probably add more scale to the plane. I just did add more scale to the plane. That's the thing. This is adding scale to the plane. The plane is already 64 by 64 by 64, so it's already too small. Like, that's the reason you can see kind of the triangles and shit. So and here you go through. Yeah, I don't know. It seems dependent on the settings. Like, it feels way too dependent on chunk world size being like a small number. It feels way too dependent on that, which is very annoying. Because that should just be an arbitrary thing that shouldn't affect anything, but I guess it does. But yeah, if you move chunk world size up, then it stops actually working. Okay, well, at 1 it's kind of funny. 1 is kind of funny. But yeah. Anyway, now to move on. I was gonna do the fucking I need to do chunking, but before I do that, I want to do indirect drawing so that we don't have to read off of the buffer every time. The reason why it's bumpy is I don't even think it's necessarily the thing itself. I think that us leaving the ground is probably what it is. I think our yeah. I had this thing with my game engine too, where it took me a long time to get it smooth. There's a lot of like edge cases and shit to deal with the bumpiness. Like when you move really slowly, it's fine because then you're never leaving the ground. But as soon as you start leaving the ground, then it gets bumpy. Like if we if we just like don't have if we just do this temporarily, then that will probably go away. In fact, that probably was the reason why the warping stuff also looks so weird. There still is some bumpiness, but it's better. I don't know, I'm a perfectionist with shit like this. Like, it'll just bother me so much until I get it exactly correct. The whole point of doing this normal thing is to smooth it out. But honestly, you know what we should probably do? We should probably anisotropically, or I mean, do the density. Maybe instead of just doing the density at there, maybe we should like do this. This is good for just rough terrain. Yeah, I mean it's alright. I'm like a very, like, it just bothers the fuck out of me, you know, if I can't get it perfect. And I know I can. I think, so this is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna calc density for all of these. And then interpolate between them based on this. I have to remember how to do it though. So what you want is you want to floor it. Oh right, we only do it in 2D actually. We're only doing this in 2D because Z is going to be the same. Oh, but no, yeah, you want to, I guess you do it at Z and then the F is 0, but then you're not. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's annoying to do this on the CPU, to be honest, because it's all vec3s and stuff. But yeah, so let's just do that. So what should I call this? I'm just gonna call it B0. This is gonna be using prop2. And we're just gonna floor all of it. I'll floor all of it, and then for F, we're gonna do prop2 dot minus B0. Yeah, just do this. Hey mate from India. Hey, nice to meet you. Okay, so that's our F, which is what we're gonna interpolate by. Why is this mad at me? That's because I did that. Okay, so now all we have to do is replace all of the I's here. VGL SI with B0. And this is going to be calc density. the vec3 of these. Now, honestly, I'm just gonna go VGLS there. Am I doing it right? I think so. Fuck. Okay. Nice. Okay, is it done? Yeah. Okay, good. So if this question is a bit personal, I've been watching your content recently. I was curious about your age and what you do for a living. Your work is amazing. Much respect. Thanks. I'm 25 and I have never had a programming job before. So just work washing dishes when I do, but hopefully one day I won't have to. That would be fucking awesome, you know? So we're just gonna interpolate it by hand. Oh, actually we have a lerp. We do have a lerp. Yeah, I gotta one day. What's interesting is that we're doing just f.x instead of I've never done it this way. The way I did it before was that you multiply this one oh yeah. That way I guess I was doing it the back way around. What do you mean you've never had a programming job before? I've never had one. Like, you know, genuinely. So, yeah, I mean, you just literally do it this way. I don't know if this is gonna work. I usually do it a different way. But I was doing it this way before, so I'm gonna assume that it is fine. So... And what was returned out of that? What was returned out of that? Oh, and then you mix the Z. And then you mix the Z. But we don't even need the Z. Because that's just going to be... If that Z is always going to be 0. So... It's always going to be C0. Okay, so that gives us density, and hopefully that'll be smoother than just sampling it at the point, because you still have that little dip there, huh? Yeah, it is a lot smoother, but you still had that dip there, which is very interesting, right here. And the value at that point is negative 0.6, while everything else is negative 2. So yeah, that kind of sucks. I mean, maybe now you multiply it times the normal, but I feel like that's probably not gonna work. But yeah, I think that this is probably the better way to go about it, even if it's not gonna solve whatever issue it has there. The problem is, the bug is, I mean, it's not really a bug, it's just that marching cubes interpolates it a different way than we interpolate it on the CPU. It's just a different formula, and it's hard to replicate. Oh, this actually feels pretty good. I mean, here you're not going down, but okay, this feels pretty solid. I mean, the hell, my internet just was like it's like anyway, so I'm glad that I had the idea to do that. I'm surprised that I didn't think of that before. Just like anisotropically. Oh yeah, yucky. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah, you definitely want this to be bigger, I guess. Yeah. Okay, well that's done. Now we can actually work on the indirect. I had a shader called indirect. So let's try to draw it indirect, because I didn't get finished with that because we just cheated. We're cheating and we're just writing it from the GPU straight, or we're not doing it straight. So I have to figure this out. Okay, so over here we have this indirect shader. Gotta love AI data centers, still in the bandwidth, yeah. Gotta love AI, bro. Gotta love it. Okay, so indirect has its own buffer, and this sets the queue out to indirect count. However, just having this here breaks everything. Look at that. Look at that. So, for whatever reason, having this buffer here breaks it. Now let's try to get rid of vertex count. There's a few things we can try. Yeah, so it's broken. So why is that a thing? Because this is what we were really confused on last time for a few hours. Well, not a few hours, like an hour or so until I figured it out. So why? Oh, that's why. Oh, that's completely why. Because indirect buffer is at the same binding point as that, as mesh vertex data. Okay, so with us now knowing that, we have an indirect buffer here, so this should go to 11. And once that goes to 11, I must have been really tired the other day not figuring that out. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we just bound it to the wrong place. Okay. So now for our draw command for the indirect buffer. I've never done this before. I've never fucking done this before. So apparently you can do this instead. And it should work the same way, and we don't have to have end count outside here. Holy fucking shit. Are you serious? It's that easy? Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. I was not expecting that to just work, but I mean, like, you're not gonna get any argument out of me, man. Let's just make sure that it works. Let's stop writing this out and just okay, it works, I guess. All right. Okay, so that's cool. All right, so here's the thing. We have 64 by 64 by 64 is our resolution for our first one. Now, that's all good and dandy. So something I want to do right here. We're just going to get rid of all of this shit. So now we can just get rid of everything. Maybe we don't get rid of that, just in case. Okay, so this create new planet mesh function. This create new planet mesh function is going to take in a size variable, or an LOD variable, and we will decide based on that LOD we'll decide based on that LOD variable what the size is. So we're just gonna have an int size. We're always gonna keep it a cube just for simplicity, and we're just gonna switch on LOD. Okay, so LOD 0 size will be 64, like we already knew, and then size will be 32 for LOD 1, and then size will be 12 for the rest. Now, is this what it's going to be like permanently? I don't really know. But whatever. Anyway, so this is always going to be size plus 1. And we'll make it a uniform that goes into all of these that tells it what the size is. Yeah, I usually skirt away from the question of like, what do you do for a living? And it's like, you know, my I don't know. It's kind of like, you know, whatever. Fuck, dude. Oh man, why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? Like, for like, why is like whatever key combination that is it Q? Is it like There's something. There's a key combination that just exits you out of Helix. Personally, I'm employed since I got my diploma in 2023 or something. Yeah. I have not gotten a diploma, so... Or, I mean, I got a high school diploma. But, yeah. I kind of just fucking dropped... Didn't really drop out, I just kind of, you know... Whatever. What were the fucking tabs I even had open? I think we had mesh frag open, we had density comp, we had, yeah, this is important. This is important. Okay, there we go. Those are the important things. Yeah, so we take in size +1. We gotta make the uniform. Comprehensible. Did I say something incomprehensible? Sorry. Sorry. Okay, I decided that we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do it the size, and then we're just gonna do size +1. The goal here is to just like have some LOD stuff so that we can see what it's gonna look like. That's the goal for right now. I am not using usize, so that's my bad. Okay, usize, that's the name of the game. Oh fuck. Well, okay. Well, we may run into some issues. That's just me putting it lightly. The problem is that our LODs are now actually tied to collision. So our calculation for our collision is based on the LODs. Now, is that going to actually fuck you up if our LODs are working? No, because you're always going to be on LOD 0. So, but we got to keep that in mind. We got to temper our expectations here. Okay, so another thing. So we are chunk offsetting. This gets us in the middle. That goes by camera position. However, we don't want to go by camera position. We want to decide that and bring it in as a uniform. So this is going to be uniform vec3. We can't call it the chunk offset. Actually, let's call this the chunk offset because this is actually the chunk offset. Well, that's just going to be offset. This isn't going to be the chunk offset. This is actually the center offset. So center offset. Just a little bit of a naming convention different. So center offset, and instead of adding the camera position directly, we will add the chunk offset. Okay. So we're going to take in the chunk offset, which will tell us where the chunk is in the middle in world space. Alrighty then. So, okay, so we need to set that uniform. and we will take in another variable. Let's just call center. Let's just call it chunk center. Okay, chunk center. What? What is the problem? Oh. Marching cubes. Okay. Okay. Now we have to upload the... I was about to say upload the signature. Don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. This computer is reminding myself that it exists, and we just play whack-a-mole a little bit. Alright. Okay, this is the tricky part now. So we want to hard code call this with some values. The problem is fuck, bro. That is a problem. We need to figure out how big a chunk is on the CPU. And then make them evenly spread apart. So let's say the first one is at 0, 0, 0, right? And so we need a float chunk size. Chunk world size is 5. 0.5 times 5. That should technically be it. Theoretically, this should be it. So, theoretically, if we do 5 and 5 here, alright, me using magic numbers, I would be proud. And we do this with LOD 0, LOD 1, I can't speak. Now let's see, oh, problem, big fucking problem. Bigger problem than we ever had before is that now this has to actually, no, fuck, bro. Use your words. Use your words. No, dude. Like, that fucking sucks. Okay, so here's the realization I just had. That this needs to actually just be... like, we need it all in one. All the chunks in one. So this just needs to be some big fucking value. And then we have offsets into that array. Fuck. And the vertices also is just some big fucking value as well. Shit. That sucks. That does suck. Okay, so if we're thinking about this logically, we have to have chunk, like chunk density offsets, and then X offsets. And that goes to max chunks. That sucks ass, bro. Nah, you don't even know the problem. The problem is that we have to have two IVEC 4s that is density yeah, that's how we're looking now. We just leave this one unsized, and then we create a define for max chunks, and let's just leave it at like 24. Shit. I wish I could just leave it as some big fucking value, because it's like hilarious to me, but also we have to get moving. We have to make everything this now. The good thing about this is that now we can move this here, and now everything is like a bit neater. But yeah, that does suck. It does put a damper on things. We have to put this into everything. So, unfortunately, there's a lot of copying and pasting that has to happen. Which, you know, I'm no stranger to a bit of copying and pasting. I do it all the goddamn time. Dude, fucking, let me tell you. French toast would fucking slap right now, man. Like, so crazy. So fucking crazy. It would go so hard. Okay. We gotta get lock in though. We don't have all day. We only have a few more hours in the day. So, the reason why we have this mesh vertices size thing is because we need to know what these dimensions are. So that's what we're doing. That's why we have it. We have the chunk density offsets, absolutely. And now we need to change this to some big fucking value. And our density size will obviously reflect it. So actually, so our max chunks is 24. We can actually calculate what this is going to be. So our max chunks, if it's 24, is going to be 24 times 66 cubed. We can actually just write that out, believe it or not. Yeah, so let's leave a define here. I think that this is +1. Or maybe +2, I can't remember. But we're just gonna leave it at +1. Okay, maybe we don't need the mesh vertices size and the density size, since we can literally just derive that from a define. I feel like we should probably just derive that from the define and not have these extra fucking little things hanging around when they're not necessary. They're really not necessary. We can just get rid of them. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna fucking get rid of them so that we don't have extra things hanging around, and then we'll just have an extra define, and then that'll be that. I just hate having the extra defines around. It's just a personal preference thing. I mean, you know, some people just love having the defines around. Let me tell you, it's just not for me. But that's alright. That is a-okay. That is a-okay. Alright. Lock in. So our density now, when we're slotting in our density, we also need to take in our How are we gonna do the offsets, bro? Shit. Here's what I'm thinking. Hear me out on this one. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm thinking about it. So I think that we don't touch this until later, but for now we just take in we just take in a uniform chunk ID, and we literally just do the chunk. We literally just offset by the chunk ID times the maximum chunk size, and that's it. We just keep them completely separate, and then our draw calls are just like that, you know. And so chunk IDs will be eventually reusable. For now, I'm just going to take it at chunk ID, and then we'll pass that as a uniform. Chunk ID. Okay, chunk ID is set up, absolutely. The reason why this is good is because now our indirect is going to do multiple ones, right? So we won't just go into queue out. Or we will go... Okay. So Q out goes into, we don't use Q out anymore because Q out was always, you know, a wrong SSBO. It was supposed to be this SSBO. Now, what we do, actually, you know what? This should be here if we're thinking about this logically. So let's just do this before we regret it later. It just makes, you know, it's just supposed to be there. So that we don't have to pass around another SSBO for just no fucking reason. Let's move it over here. Okay. So, good thing here is that now we can just take the correct one over there, and then this one can take in the offset, and now this chunk vertex offset is what we use to do the thing. So we're just going to take in a uniform int chunk ID, and then this will just be chunk vertex offsets chunk ID. The count, and the first is going to be actually or chunk ID times the max size, which is 65 times all of that, right? Or is it? It's 64. I think it's 64. Yeah. So it's going to be max density resolution times max density resolution times max density resolution times chunk ID. So we're just scooting it over into its own slot. And then at the end, what we're going to do is we're just going to loop over all of the chunks and just draw them. For now, I'll just literally have a global int chunk count equals 0, and then we'll just for loop over the chunks, and then oh, we can only have one indirect buffer. So that's kind of fucking annoying. So then does every chunk needs its own indirect buffer? Is that legal for us to have that many? We might have to do that. Just like allocate to the max. I'm looking for a file that isn't open. Yeah. This is becoming quite a long refactor. I'm well aware of it. Okay, so this is going to have to actually go to max chunks. And we're going to initialize all of them at once. It's not actually that bad. There's only 24, but oh, actually, it's fine to go down here. We need to go to init.h anyway. So we need a for loop through max chunks, and when we're generating a mesh for a certain chunk, we'll just use its buffer. To be honest, bro, the space sim streams have been very dead. Not to be like a complainer, but very, very dead. I don't know if like it's just not people's thing or what, but I think it happens sometimes. It's like it's just the ins and outs of YouTube or whatever. Anyway. Alright, so we need this indirect buffer to be obviously bound in this file over here. By chunk ID. Yes. And then when we're looping through them, we're just going to loop through our chunk count, and then just gonna for loop through it. Okay, so there's that. The problem with big refactors like this is that you don't really know at some point what you fucked up. So I know I probably have fucked up something already, but we're just not going to be able to know until later. So it's just going to be like a little fun surprise for us. And then we're gonna like, you know, have to go through all of the code to find it. But then the good thing is that there's like a 1% chance that we didn't. And then that like 1%, you're like hanging on to like this 1% chance that we aren't going to have to look through the whole thing. Anyway, it's pretty fucked up. So the good thing here, so this is actually going to be here. So Z times times density. I called it a name, max density resolution. Absolutely. So that's how we index into it. Now, however, this X, Y, and Z, we have to add the offset. We have to add the offset of all of the chunks before it. So that's going to be chunk ID times that cubed. Okay, I am kind of regretting not just making it a const that is cubed. I'm regretting it deeply. However, if I didn't make a typo, that should be good. Okay, so we're adding the chunk ID times, yeah. No doubt in my mind that that's not correct. No doubt in my goddamn mind. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so moving forward here. Moving forward here, we also have to index into this kind of in a fucked up way. So couple of things here. There is a moment. Fucking Interstellar, anybody? Okay, hold on. So this V count, atomic add Q out, we're not doing that anymore. We're doing the chunk vertex offsets. Chunk vertex offsets for the chunk ID. Absolutely. Now, we do have to zero that at the beginning of calculating every chunk, but we're not going to worry about that for now. That should hopefully be fine. Now, what else do I have to do? I know that it's not just that. Okay, yes. So what we just wrote, we have to write it again. Right here. Yes. Okay. Okay, well, we did it, and now I have no fucking clue if if it's correct. So yeah. Okay, so this is gonna be chunk 0, this is gonna be 1, and this is gonna be 2, and we are going to have a chunk count of 3, and that's it. We have a seg fault. Alright, so here's a good question. Yeah, is the seg fault... Okay, so it's within the initialization. It's probably this. It's probably that. If I had to venture, I guess. No. What if I just do null here? Oh, but I can't do null. If I do null here, do we compile? Yes. Okay. So it's just too big to upload it. Let's try to do sub data. We may have to upload it in different parts. Fuck. Okay, so let's try to upload it in parts then. So let's do offset of edge to vertices. Okay, and let's just do it for each table. God damn it. Okay, I am going to be out of here soon. I have to dip. But, thanks for watching. Okay, so like I expected, we compile. Cannot index a non-array value in marchingcubes.conf. Where is it at? It's at 146. Okay, so it's in a function that we aren't using. Okay, so that's a good sign. Let's go here and go back here, re-enable all of that, and also I want to check that we are doing this now. Okay. Okay, I don't see anything. I see nothing. Okay. Alright, let's just try one. Let's try one. We have a share error undefined variable max chunks. Alright, let's grab the define. Sorry, this question is a bit personal. I've been watching your content recently, and I'm curious about your age and what I do for a living. Is this the exact comment from earlier? Anyway, yeah. So it's not personal at all. This computer just crashed, by the way. I'm pretty sure it's just crashed. I'm 25, and wow. I don't do anything for a living at the moment, no. But that's not personal. It's fine. Anyway, the resolution of this is probably fucked up, huh? We can fix that there. Hopefully it's fine. Yeah, it looks fine. Okay. Okay, so I don't know what just happened. I've really no clue how to debug whatever just happened. All I can really do is try it with no chunks at all and see if we compile. So that's... Oh, you're gonna be a dick, aren't you? Yeah, it's gonna make me reboot here, which I don't really want to have to do, but whatever. Yeah, that does suck. Oh, we can't actually do this. Okay. Okay, so let's not mess this up again. I am gonna get out of here very soon, but let's not mess this up again. Let's try and get a compile in. Okay, let's see it. Okay, so I want to also make this one a primary. Okay. Oh wow, the coloring on my monitor is fucked up for some reason. Okay. So it definitely is. When it gets into this, that's probably where the bug is. Whatever the bug is, it is probably there. Let's just try and isolate it. Let us get rid of the drawing. Let's not draw anything, and let's just go to... Yeah, this is good. I'm just making sure here. So let's go to the drawing thing, and then let's just make sure that it's what stage it's in. If I had to guess, it's probably within here. So let's just do this and make sure that I'm correct on my hunch. Okay, so it looks like I'm correct on my hunch. I feel like it's probably in here. There's something that we fucking didn't do, or that we're reading out of bounds with. Yeah, not sure. Chunk vertex offsets should get set to 0 automatically. It should be automatically set to 0. Theoretically. It's also, I think I made it in int, so. Oh shit! No, it's fine. That's correct. If I had to guess, I'm probably just going to compile and then die again, which is gonna suck. Not really much else I can do. Okay, we compiled. So you're telling me that it's the indirect. It's this indirect compute shader. Binding 11. Bind buffer base 11 with the indirect buffer chunk ID. That should be correct. Maybe I ran out of memory here. Maybe I ran out of memory. Max chunks 24 times 64 times 64 in terms of resolution. That might be actually just straight too much memory. So let's try just before I go away here. Let's just try to put this at let's just try like really slim. Like let's just do a max chunks of 8 and then just replace that in every single shader and then just go from there, just to make sure that we don't crash again. I have a feeling that that's what the problem is. Okay. So let's give this a shot. Okay. Did we did do it this time. Okay, we just weren't drawing. So let's just try drawing it real quick. Making sure that we can do that. Let's have a chunk count of 1. Okay, so we are drawing it properly. Okay, so let's try the other 2 LODs. Interesting. Interesting. It seems like with lower LODs, they don't Like if I do them at LODs 0, then they'll probably be above the ground completely. Wait, hold on. If I just draw one chunk. Oh wow. Oh, interesting. Huh. So it looks like it's drawing more than just the current chunk. Interesting. Here's a question. Let's just try. Oh, but it's only going through one. It only draws one. And it's guaranteed to be that indirect buffer. Huh. I wonder if this is an indirect problem or I mean the chunk ID should always be 0 for the first one is the thing. Huh. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Instance count should be 1. Huh. Interesting. Oh, hold on a second. This should be, oh, yeah, duh. Duh. Oh, wait, no. Oh, hold on. This might be, you might have to just do times 3 for each point in a triangle. Oh, but it... Oh, of course. We have to of course add that at the start of our vertices over here. So this is going to be there. Hello to you too. So now that should be okay, so perfect. Now we are completely alone. What? I have to get rid of that. Okay, anyway, I have to go here in a sec, but I want to fucking finish this. So we have 3. I want to see that we have 3 visually. Okay, I don't visually see that we have 3. That's a problem. Did I hard code something somewhere that that makes it so that it's only 0? I probably did. Probably did while I was messing around with it. Yeah, it should be this. Huh. Huh. So we are offsetting by this much every time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that should do it. That should theoretically do it. Oh, we never... Oh, we do add the offset here. We do. Is this C or C++? It's pretty much just C. I mean, it is just C, yeah. Huh. Yeah. I did set chunk count to 3, yeah. I did these all at the same LOD as well, but huh. Let me try doing this at 1. That does actually do the LOD thing. The issue is that for some reason the chunks are not getting, yeah. So like if something has a chunk ID of more than 1, it just doesn't get handled. So I'm not sure about that. We are doing the correct chunk ID thing. God, I wanted to get this done. We're so close to actually having this thing finished. But we might actually have to go ×3 here. Yeah, we do definitely have to go ×3 there, 100%. Should be ×3 on all of it. Because 3, obviously 3, or maybe not. Oh, maybe it's like 15 actually. Yeah, it's actually 15. Because there's, 5 triangles that you can get from marching cubes. So yeah, that should be actually 15. But yeah, I expected to see something at least. But I'm not seeing anything. I wonder if that has something to do with the indirect stuff. And maybe you can only have like one indirect thing in a row. I'm not really sure. Maybe you have to put this fucking fence beforehand. Command barrier a bit. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. So close. So close. But, not close enough, I guess. Yeah. Density, we slotted in at chunk ID. Yeah, that's done correctly. That is done correctly. It obviously is done correctly because of because we saw it earlier. But for some reason it's got to be something with the vertices, man. It has to be. I don't know, maybe it's some weird thing. That probably isn't, but yeah, we do have this here, so it's guaranteed to get filled up like that, but yeah. All right, well, I mean, maybe I won't figure this out. Maybe the indirect first. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's a bummer. I probably am gonna like figure it out later tonight, to be honest. I just probably need a second. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I know what it is. We didn't pass fucking chunk ID into here. That's why. Okay, there we go. And so now we have 3 of them, and the cool thing is now we can have LODs for these different chunks, and so that's very cool. So the unfortunate thing about this is that we are gonna have way less chunks than I kind of planned for. So that part is a bit sucky. Also, they don't really match up on the seams, so I don't really know what I'm gonna do about that. But as you can see over here, we have like really low LOD, but that actually works fairly well. You can't really tell at all, so that's cool. Now I don't know how like fast they're gonna generate, but that also, yeah, I have no clue how to stitch them. Like, that's gonna be the hard part. I have no clue how I'm gonna stitch them. Also, there are some like dipping into the ground things that are still happening. Don't really know what to do about that. I spent like so much of today like working on that, and I couldn't really get it, so anyway, I'm gonna head off. I'm tired. I'm very hungry as well. Thanks for hanging out. I probably need to do a little bit of research on the fucking figuring out why we're still going on the floor like here. Like, we shouldn't be that far deep there. It might just be, so I think a big part of it is probably the fact that marching cubes actually probably smooths it out so much that it like it doesn't actually show how deep some parts are. So that's what I think is probably happening, is that our values are fine and the math is correct. It's just it needs more resolution. It needs to be like 128 by 128 instead of 64 by 64. So that's probably it, to be honest. But that sucks. So, all right, peace.